We're ready to start recording? Great, thank you very much. So good morning. It's 10 o'clock and the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan examination hearing session is ready to open. I'm Glenn Rawlings, for those of you who didn't meet me yesterday, and I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and also to report to the Council in due course. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, just a reminder that we are being recorded today and live streamed. There's no mics, but the microphones are in the roof. They are able to pick up our voices at normal speaking volumes. Reminder to switch off mobile phones or put them on silent if you haven't already, please. That includes everybody in the gallery as well. Thanks very much. The Program Officer, Rachel Jones, if you haven't met her already, is to my right, and she'll be around all day. She's the point of contact for any questions on the event being run, any documents being submitted that we need. I'll go through her. Thanks very much. I've received a list from the Council. Thanks, Mr. Cullen. Where are you today? So further up the table than yesterday. Thanks very much. It tallies with what I had at the end of the day. So thanks very much for that. Right. Now, went through a detailed opening yesterday morning, so I'm not going to reiterate everything that I said then, but I do need to go through a little bit of, reiterate a little bit of that because there are some new people here, and so I'll just do the necessities. First of all, there's a guidance note on the intranet on the examination webpage, which sets out everything in detail as to how the examination will be run, my expectations, etc., which I went through in a small amount of detail yesterday. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help me decide that the plan submitted in November 2025 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of matters which are set out in the agenda that was published earlier this week. And this morning and afternoon, we're dealing with the Bakerloo line extension. I'm wearing a brown suit. It's completely by accident rather than design. Nothing to do with a favourite tube line or otherwise. Other tube lines are available. Okay. If you wish to speak, could you put your nameplate on its end like that? I may miss you as I'll be focused on other sides of the table, but as I did yesterday. It's an old trick of mine to miss people speaking, so I'm going to ask Rachel if she can help me as well. Point out if I do miss you, it's nothing personal. I would ask that you focus your comments on the question in turn. We do have various little bits of overlap in the agenda, and I've tried to structure it as best as I could. There's an overlap in matters 3 and 4, so there's been some bleeding of questions between matters 3 and 4. You'll see that order, which I'd like to follow. I ask that you keep your responses as short as possible, if you like. We do have quite a lot to get through today, so if you can keep them concise and focused, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. There's no need to repeat or summarise what you wrote in your representations or written statements. I've read them already, but there's no need for me either to hear if you disagree with anybody or any of their comments. That's fine. And I would ask that you don't read out pre-prepared statements as well. Take them and read them myself. Thanks. I'll normally give the Council the chance to sum up on each of the agenda items. And I will be offering opportunities to provide any additional comments on the matters in hand which aren't covered by the agenda, which I think may come up as we progress. Everybody in the audience, you're welcome to observe proceedings. Welcome. Thank you for coming. I want to make it clear, though, I don't want to hear from anybody in the audience, nothing personal, but local plan examinations do have a particular procedure which we need to follow. And I would ask that I don't hear any reactions or that there's no disruptions from people in the audience as well. Okay, as with the other sessions, if we identify that main modifications are required or if further work needs to be carried out by the council and or others, I'll usually make that clear, and the council has been and be taking a note of all such matters. So thanks very much. As I mentioned in the agenda, it's a full day session. We need to be out of the room by 4:30, so I'll put a 4 o'clock finish just so that we can aim to tidy the room and make sure that everything's out of here. It's being used by a committee meeting tonight, so don't want any of our leftovers in here. We'll look to have a lunch break at around 12:30, 1 o'clock, and there'll be a comfort break in the morning and potentially the afternoon as well, depending how we get on. There's someone from the Planning Inspectorate here today, as I mentioned. We've got a special guest. You may see me speaking to her. She's watching from the audience, and that I just want to stress that she's having no part in the proceedings. We will be talking about administrative matters, but I remain the examining inspector, and the decisions regarding soundness of the plan are completely mine. We won't be discussing the merits of the plan together. Are there any questions? Okay, thanks very much.
Actions for day one.
Yes.
Do you want them circulated?
Yes, please. Yeah. So Mr. Cutts has very kindly provided a list of the actions, which tally with the actions that I ran through on my list at the end of yesterday. Just give people a chance to look at those and make sure that those of you who were here yesterday, that they are what was agreed. Just while that's happening, I got a text message from a friend in Australia yesterday who saw me online on YouTube. So I didn't publicise that the sessions were being run online. They found it on Google. So if there's any doubts about the access to proceedings, then I think they can be allayed, because people have managed to Google it from the other side of the world and see me, unfortunately for them. But, see us, I should say. Okay, right. Is there any comments on the sheet that was just handed around? Good. I think perhaps if we have that as a running document as well, Mr. Cutts, is that okay if we have it as an examination document? Have it as examination. I think we're up to 2. Good, thank you. Now, as I mentioned, there are quite a few new faces around the table today, so it'd be good to do some introductions. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for coming. Start with the council, please.
Chris Walter, lead sponsor for the Bakerloo Line Extension, Transport for London.
Excuse me, Charles Baker, also Transport for London. I'm a bus network development manager, which means I plan bus services.
I'm head of development planning at TfL in the spatial planning team.
Thank you very much.
Katie Greenwood, I'm a senior planner at Rock Planning Consultant.
Morning, sir. Alan Evans, Director, Rock Planning Consultants. Morning, I'm Mark Brearley, speaking on behalf of Save Old Kent Road, proprietor of KMET, which is an old manufacturing business on the Old Kent Road, and I was one of the initiators of Vital OKR Business Association, and I'm Professor of Urbanism in my spare time at London Metropolitan University, and have worked extensively on questions relating to the urban economy and high streets and industry and productive activity in cities.
Thank you very much. I'm not a case study, am I? Thank you very much.
Morning, Jed Holloway, Senior Solicitor at Southwark Law Centre.
Thank you.
I'm Josh Heiner, Senior Planner at Lichfield. We're representing Tesco and the 107 Dunton Road store.
Thank you very much. Okay, as I mentioned, I've read all your contributions, your hearing statements. Thanks very much. Looking at that, it seems that an overarching issue today, looking at the Bakerloo line phasing together, is the issue of the soundness of the plan with regards to not only the phasing, but the predication of the plan on the basis that the Bakerloo line will be delivered. And there is an element of uncertainty there, which has come through in all of the statements that I've read. So I think that's going to be an overarching theme of today. It's certainly a question that's been raised in all of the issues that I've raised. So I just ask the council to keep that in mind as an issue of soundness as we go through the day as well. I'm interested to see how it pans out, because there's been a number of quite major, how do you major up a major modification? But the structure of the plan has been questioned in terms of whether or not it's deliverable, in terms of being based on something that may or may not happen. So I think the first thing I'd like to do, because I haven't been able to reread the opening statement from yesterday, Mr. Wilson, you mentioned the latest developments in terms of the Bakerloo line, and I might ask for some contributions from the TfL colleagues as well. What's the latest situation?
Yes, so in the opening statements, I confirmed the position on the TfL business plan that was released earlier in the year. I'm sure colleagues can kind of flesh that out in some more detail. And that includes funding decisions about the interchange for the Bakerloo line, Northern Line station, which was constructed underneath the Elephant and Castle shopping centre. Certainly the shell of that station was constructed and was completed early this year. So in many respects, that's the first station on the Bakerloo line extension. There was also confirmation about funding in respect of the existing Bakerloo line, particularly around the upgrade extension element of that. That is a prerequisite of extending Bakerloo line southwards. And in addition, there is a fully funded team at TfL to take forward the Bakerloo line projects, and colleagues, Mr. Porter here, is leading up that team. The work to prepare for the Transport Works Act order, and the Transport Works Act order is effectively the planning application for the Bakerloo line extension. So a similar process to the Northern Line extension, successfully completed down to Battersea and Nine Elms. That process is quite an expensive process, so estimated to cost somewhere in the region of £30 million to put that Transport Works Act order together. So work has been ongoing with detailed design around the stations and also around the tunnels and the way that this thing would be constructed, a feasibility study. Again, I think to give some more detail about that. The council and also Lewisham have been contributing to that Transport Works Act order process. So both local authorities contributed £250,000 of SIL money to detailed design work for the stations, the Old Kent Road and Burgess Park station, and also the New Cross and Lewisham stations. And that work was completed early this year. Southwark is committed to spending 50% of its strategic SIL helping to deliver the Bakerloo line extension, and it's envisaged that quite a lot of that money would be spent towards the Transport Works Act order, effectively having that sort of shovel ready, if you like. So at the point funding was confirmed, that process could simply be initiated, the Transport Works Act order submitted. And in our evidence, we point to that happening in 2028. TfL are also in the process of preparing to consult on their preferred option for the Bakerloo line extension. And again, Mr. Porter and team can give you a bit more detail about that process, when that's likely to happen, and what the preferred option is, what the options are which are basically being considered. I think that probably covers my contribution to that. I'm sure Mr. Porter and team would probably want to flesh that out further.
Yeah, I can add to that, and I'm not going to contradict anything Colin said. He's been taught well. So we've now got a 4-year business plan, which is incredibly exciting. We haven't had one of those at TfL for quite a while. And as Colin says, both the Bakerloo line upgrades and essentially provision of new trains is now funded throughout the life of the business plan. So we are proceeding with that. And the fit out and finalisation of the Elephant and Castle is confirmed to be funded. Those are the two prerequisites for the Bakerloo line extension. Alongside that, there is now funding in place for every business plan for the Bakerloo line extension. So we are funding through this period. So this year and next year, we are confirmed with money as we go through finalising the current design, confirming what the single preferred option should be, and then going through public consultation. Beyond that, we then look to move into more detailed level design, concept design, as well as Transport and Works Act order. The costs for those areas will depend on what the single preferred option is. And as Mr. Wilson set out, we're working with colleagues to sort of confirm what that is and take that forward. But it is very much a going concern, something we're progressing at the moment. I don't know if you want me to go into the different options that we're looking at for the single preferred option.
How does it differ from what came before?
Within Southwark, it really doesn't. It very much comes down to, do you do an extension to Lewisham? Do you do an extension to Lewisham and then on to Hayes in the London Borough of Bromley and Beckenham Junction? Or do you do a phased approach where you do an extension to Lewisham, setting it up for a further extension, which would be delivered at a later date? So in terms of the London Borough of Southwark, effectively the only change would likely be the number of people using the trains during different periods.
Okay, they're fairly major sort of differences beyond Southwark. What are the main risk points? Where are the points in the process that no pun intended, derail the process?
So we've already done an awful lot of work to develop the scheme. There's broad public support for it, and as you'll be aware, it's safeguarded by the Secretary of State for Transport. So in that regard, there is a level of certainty around where we're going and what we're going to do. The big risk is around funding, which I don't think will surprise anyone. So whilst we're funded for the immediate stage of work, what we are not in a position to do yet is say that the scheme is fully funded and we are ready to deliver. The scheme cost is probably around about £7 billion, so which is not a small amount of money. What I would say, though, is it's not unusual for a scheme of this type not to be funded at this stage. We are discussing with government and others the opportunities to working towards a solution. And ordinarily, we wouldn't expect that funding position to be confirmed until much closer to the date. By way of example, there's another scheme that TfL are promoting, an extension of the DLR in East London. We got confirmation of funding from government in November last year, and we're expecting to submit our Transport and Works Act order for that in early next year, and that's out for public consultation. Obviously, no relevance in terms of the area impact, but it sort of just gives a feel for the process we go through and the timing around getting the funding and the delivery of the scheme.
Okay. And we're looking at the delivery date of 2038.
Yes.
How long has that been in place for, and what's the potential for slippage there?
So that's been in place for around about probably since our last programme review 12 months ago. We continually review position in terms of timing as well as funding. We're currently in the process of reviewing that up with the updated design as we move towards our single preferred option. There's certainly the potential that it might slip. At the moment, we're confident that can be met, but it is determined by factors such as what comes out of the public consultation, where we get to with the funding discussions, any design changes that we may wish to implement.
So there's still a few areas of risk there, I suppose.
Yes.
Quite a few of the consultations mentioned the record of building previous large infrastructure projects in London. Elizabeth Line was mentioned a fair bit, and this isn't meant to be a criticism on anyone that worked on those projects, but there was quite a bit of slippage in those in previous projects. What lessons are there to be taken from those? I mean, what's the likelihood of a similar sort of rate of slippage on this project?
When you're looking at an infrastructure project of this scale, there is always a risk because you're doing an awful lot of work in a short period to deliver a significant piece of infrastructure. Crossrail was unique, or the Elizabeth line was unique in many ways, as it wasn't on TfL infrastructure, and it also melted together a number of different systems. The systems in the east and the west were quite different from that in the centre, as was the system to Heathrow Airport. So there was a lot of interface risk, particularly around the fit out and putting in the systems. There are a lot of lessons that we can learn from that. A lot of that is mitigated through what we're doing on the Bakerloo line extension, in that it would be entirely London Underground. We'd be looking at the same system throughout. Also, one of the reasons we're looking at potentially phasing it is to remove some of that interface risk between the surface section south of Lewisham and the central section between Lewisham and Elephant and Castle, and then on to Queen's Park. A lot of the same people working on this project has worked on Crossrail, but also Mr. Wilson mentioned the Northern Line extension. In many ways, that's a very similar project, entirely London Underground, all underground, much as the extension to Lewisham would be, using very similar systems and infrastructure. That was delivered on time and on budget. So we're learning a lot of the lessons of what we did right there, as well as what we've done elsewhere.
Thank you. And we have support from the Mayor of London, as set out in the statement of common ground. You mentioned the various sort of interface points that you had with the government so far. When are the key government decision times? So what's the timeline in terms of the government, and when does the government need to indicate its support to be able to move on to the next stages of the process?
So I think the key, we are discussing with government on a regular basis on this project and sort of more widely as an organisation. For this project, the key decision points will really come around the budget announcements and comprehensive spending reviews. So we anticipate working towards a position usually around November. The budgets do change. In terms of when we need that, we're looking to get that in a similar sort of timetable to the one I talked about for the DLR extension. So we'd want that around about sort of 2027, 2028.
Thank you. Any questions on the infrastructure and purely Bakerloo side of things before we move on to the AFA? Really?
Yes, just to say simply, it's a very large risk point, £7 billion needed. 7 billion is dwarfed even by the HS2 cost overruns. Priorities have shifted up north. Public money is ultra tight. DLR project that's been mentioned is generally seen to have jumped ahead of BLE because it's a much cheaper project. That's why it's looking likely to go ahead. 2028 date, my understanding is if the 7 billion or whatever appears, and that's a major if. There's another version, which is that a pragmatic assessment is that there is close to nil prospect of the extension happening in the planned period. So that does seem like a major factor in all this.
Thank you. Could I ask your response, Mr. Porter?
I mean, to a large extent, you're right, £7 billion is a lot of money. We are talking to government. We expect to be able to fund a large amount of that from London. So whether that's through mechanisms that the Mayor has, with support from the boroughs and others, but we would need government support. We are having very positive conversations, but obviously government has a lot of priorities and things are moving. I obviously can't talk in more detail than that, principally because I don't know, but we do have, what hopefully has been demonstrated in the documents you've seen and elsewhere, an incredibly strong case for this scheme. It brings an awful lot of benefit to not just the Old Kent Road and Southwark, but across South East London, and taken on board with the work we're doing on the upgrade across the entire city. When you London as the economic driver for the country, the value is there, and that's well recognised. So I think there is a strong case for the funding, but it is coming from that sort of fixed envelope, for which none of us are able to sort of confirm.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, thanks. So just a very quick point on the headline cost. So the AAP quotes a figure of 8 billion rather than 7 billion. So it might be worthwhile just seeking clarification on which billion it is. So thanks.
Would it be helpful if we provided something in writing? The reason I say that is because I talked about 3 options earlier. Each of them has a different cost. There are different cost elements to when it's delivered. Are you looking at current price? Are you looking at future prices? So rather than a single cost, there are a number depending on how you look at it. I appreciate that's maybe not that helpful, but it might make it a bit clearer rather than sort of trying to talk through it now.
Yes, please. Thanks. Okay. Anything else on that from questions? Okay.
So I think just sort of building on the point earlier around London being able to provide a lot of the costs itself, and just sort of re-emphasising that position that whilst we will need government support, we're not expecting government to pay for everything. Examples where we have done this in the past include 2 of the projects we talked about earlier, the Elizabeth line and the Northern line, where we relied quite heavily on SIL, both from the Mayor and the boroughs. We have had long conversations, a proposal or promise from Southwark around their strategic SIL, also utilising business rates and the like. And I think also worth highlighting the DLR extension, which we're mentioning, is being funded through a lot of local measures as well. So if that's helpful, we can provide more information there as well.
Yes, please. Thank you. I think given the concern and the uncertainty, the more information that we have, that's supported. Thank you. Is it Mr. Professor?
Mr.'s fine.
Mr. Browley, thank you.
Yes, just a small emphasis that optimism is not the same as certainty.
He's got a point.
Yeah. And I certainly can't say it's certain.
Okay.
I won't pretend to.
Okay. Mr. Cutts.
I was just going to emphasise the policy context for the Bakerloo line extension.
Yes.
I think the challenges of delivering large infrastructure projects are recognised in the NPPF and the NPPG. I'm looking at paragraph 60 of the NPPG that says infrastructure providers should, as far as possible, seek to plan for longer term infrastructure requirements set out within adopted plans and reflect them in their funding and investment decisions. Let's not forget that the Bakerloo line extension does form part of the adopted London plan. Policy T3 and the London plan states that in development plans and development decisions, particular priority should be given to securing and supporting the delivery. And there are a number of projects cited, which include the Bakerloo line extension. So that's particular priority should be given to securing and supporting the project. Paragraph 2.1.15 also says planning frameworks should identify the development opportunities which are made possible as a result of the Bakerloo line extension, as well as how this would be phased to reflect the connectivity and the capacity benefits that it unlocks. NPPG, going back to NPPG 60, paragraph 60, it also states that it's recognised that these developments may have to extend outside of a single plan period. And we discussed yesterday that actually, yes, the opening of the Bakerloo line station would fall outside of the plan period, which we expect to last up to 2036. Albeit, as we mentioned yesterday, the actual trigger for releasing the phase 2 sites would be around 2030 at the point that construction contracts are confirmed. And the paragraph 60 NPPG does state that the strategic plan policy making authority can use subsequent plans and plan reviews as an opportunity to provide greater certainty about the delivery of the agreed strategy. And it carries on, should issues arise which would adversely affect the delivery of the adopted strategy, then the authority should consider alternative strategies through a plan review. And as we discussed yesterday, we are embarking on a new review of the Southwark plan. The London plan will also be reviewed. It may be the fact that within those reviews, given the timing on the extension that Mr. Porter has mentioned, that government funding would be confirmed around 2027 or 28, that it may be actually in a subsequent review that a decision is taken on whether to, what the implications are of that on our housing targets, for example, in Southwark or in the London plan. But the policy context is very strong on planning for longer term provision of infrastructure, recognising the challenges of that, recognising that it may fall outside the plan period, and using the plan review process to keep that under review.
Okay, thank you. There are quite a few strands there to take forward into our discussion as we go through today. Mr. Hawley.
Thank you. Specific point is an open question. Has the LPG and the reduction in local SIL changed the funding situation if it is heavily reliant on SIL?
Yeah, in terms of funding and financing, so there are two separate things that we looked at with Lewisham CFL and with GLA. I include this course. The amount of SIL that is generated by Southwark and Lewisham, even without the mayor's emergency powers, is not enough to pay the Bakerloo line extension. What it can help fund is the Transport and Works Act order, certainly, and operation towards that, and it can make contributions to that overall cost. But the likely larger source of funding are through things like business rates and business rate retention. So that's all part of the study which we had Deloitte do on our behalf. The impact on, to your direct question about the impact on SIL in the borough, a lot of our SIL is generated by commercial office development in the north of the borough, so that's not affected by the mayor's emergency powers. And at the moment, and we touched on this yesterday, a lot of development in the borough is co-living and student developments with affordable housing. Affordable housing doesn't contribute to SIL anyway, and student and co-living schemes are not part of the mayor's emergency powers. So far, we anticipate it would not have much of an impact on our SIL income. In addition, for developers bringing forward conventional C3 housing schemes, so far none of them have prayed in aid for the mayor's emergency powers, because the case they make to us is they can't even make 20% work and 50% SIL reduction work, because the 50% SIL reduction isn't sufficient to address their liability issues on the one hand, and on the other hand, the fact they can't sell private flats at the moment, which is the demand side of that equation. Probably you'd also be aware that 3 local authorities in London are going to judicially review the mayor's emergency powers. So I mean, we wait to see the outcome of that is as well. So will this, in short, will this affect SIL income at the moment in the borough? No. And in the longer term, that depends on the outcome of judicial review. And of course, the mayor's emergency powers have a sunset clause, so they will switch themselves off, I think, in 2028. I think it's date. So they will only apply for a short period. And one would hope that as we, so to Mr. Brealey's point about optimism, that things couldn't get any worse than they are at the moment. Although, despite every best efforts elsewhere to make things ever worse, that things will get better, and in that economic cycle, there will be an upturn. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just add to Mr. Wilson's points there. So the Bakerloo line extension funding considerations study summary is EIP 4.3.8. And if you have a look at that document, it provides, for example, on page 4, some context about the way in which the Northern Line extension and Crossrail were funded. It confirms that Northern Line Extension was funded 100% through local sources. So that's funded through sources generated in London, primarily through the enterprise zone designation, which enabled the increment in business rates to be used to fund it. Crossrail 2 was 60% funded by local sources. Again, Mr. Porter referred to a kind of range of sources there, which include the mayoral community infrastructure levy, the business rate supplement, which currently all businesses in London are paying towards that. Our funding study for the Bakerloo line extension similarly kind of estimates that London could fund in the order of magnitude around 60% potentially of that cost that Mr. Porter has referred to, again using a range of mayoral community infrastructure levy, business rate supplements, and through an enterprise zone model.
Yes, I'd just like to pick up the point about subsequent plans and using subsequent plans to address not meeting the objectives within the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan and planning for a scenario where, say, the contract is delayed. We would argue that you should be planning now to meet in your housing need. You should be planning for a scenario within the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan where the contract is delayed and what would be done about meeting housing delivery to the two sites.
Yeah, I think it's all to that. And it goes to Mr. Cutter's point earlier that of course these things are complicated. And there's never absolute certainty. But we feel with the evidence available at the moment, and Mr. Porter's elaborated on that, with the work that we have done in terms of funding and financing this project, and it's also worth noting that the current government is looking at further fiscal devolution. We live in a state where taxation is largely regulated centrally. So we think there are opportunities which we will be exploring as part of further work funding financing Bakerloo line with the partners we're working with. That they are, again are opening opportunities to make more certain funding of this project. And that fiscal devolution conversation is about things like business rates. So giving London and giving local authorities greater control over what they spend the money that they collect locally on taxes. I mean, these things are all evolving. We feel that at the moment there isn't a need to have an alternative plan with less housing in the Old Kent Roads, because national guidance, regional guidance points to having that longer term view. I think over the next 4 years, if we get to a position where there isn't any funding being apparent, and then yes, I think in the next plan period, then we need to review the position that we are at. But what I feel would be an absolute mistake at the moment would be to effectively plan for less housing, less jobs in the Old Kent Road on the basis that it may not get funding. Because at current rates of build by 2030, for instance, we'd probably be at 7,000 built under construction in the Old Kent Road. So we will still be within phase 1 envelope. We will be getting closer to the edge of that envelope. I think at that point, yes, rationally, logically, we would need to review, well, okay, what do we do next? But I think we have a window of opportunity over the next 4 years in which to try and secure funding for the Bakerloo line extension. The main cases for extending the Bakerloo line, like the Northern Line, is the strategic significance it has for London and its economy and its growth in population. So with the population planned to grow from the current 9 million, 10 to 11 million, to 2030 to 2032, which I think is GLA figures, you need big infrastructure projects to support that degree of economic and population growth. I mean, the alternative, and Mr. Porter touched on it, would be to say, well, we are abandoning the idea of London's economy being a major kind of engine of the UK economy. And that, I think, would be completely wrong to do for London, the UK, but also for people in Southwark and Lewisham.
Thank you. Bringing us on then to the first point on the agenda, which ties in neatly to what you were saying. I mentioned at the start that there's a concern that regarding soundness of the plan. There's not a firm foundation in terms of certainty, and a number of options have been raised. First of all, that in order to make the plan sound, there could be consideration of bringing option A into an alternative policy scenario. Something you mentioned just then made me consider that perhaps also shortening the plan period could also make it sound in terms of delivery of phase one, which doesn't necessitate the delivery of the Bakerloo line. What are your thoughts on those scenarios?
I think my concern about having an alternative plan is that the land which is available is the land that's available, and if that is developed and it's underdeveloped in effect, because you're assuming that you won't have anything beyond 9,500 homes in the old campus, then that's a massively missed opportunity for meeting at a very basic level Southwark's housing needs, particularly Southwark's affordable housing needs. The plan period, and Mr. Cutts touched on it, I think is elegantly covered in national policy guidance and regional policy guidance. The nature of large infrastructure projects is that they don't necessarily fit neatly within plan period. So I think it's really helpful that national guidance has identified that, acknowledged it, says that inevitably some of these larger projects, big infrastructure projects, will carry on over plan periods. I think the opportunity is then for us and for London as well to kind of review the plan towards the end of that plan period, as you're meant to do. So my view on that.
So this plan.
But yes, this plan. So there isn't a need to shorten the plan period for this plan, because the area action plan area will probably be reviewed as part of the next Southwark plan review, which is starting at the moment, and we're heading towards a gateway process towards the end of this year. So I think the current plan, I think its plan period it is the right one for the plan. It doesn't preclude subsequent reviews of the Southwark plan, which is starting, and we're expecting the next iteration of the London plan to appear probably in July, which I'm sure will also have something to say about major transport projects, including the Bakerloo line. My assumption is we will reiterate its support for the Bakerloo line. But yeah, my view would be the current plan period we have in the AP is the right one, and sufficient flexibility in the planning process as a whole, nationally, regionally, locally, and down to the level of the AP, to deal with that uncertainty, because absolutely none of us can be absolutely certain when it's going to happen. But I don't think at this moment and over the next 4 years, we necessarily need to write off the Bakerloo line extension.
I think I'm satisfied that until 2030 we have certainty, because that's business as usual. I guess it doesn't matter if the Bakerloo goes through or not, based on what I've heard this morning. It's interesting what you said just then about a review there, though, because there are options in the plan to bring phase 2 sites into phase 1, etc. But there's nothing in the plan for a wholesale plan review. Is that an option? Is that something that should be in the plan? I
don't think it does, because the part of my concern would be that in order to make the best case possible for Bakerloo line extension, you need, and this was the case of Northern line extension, you need a commitment at regional and local plan for the spatial plan process to be supporting the business case for the Bakerloo line extension. So you need to create that confidence for people who are investing in the areas around those infrastructure investments, that there is a certainty within the spatial plan process that it is backing, that the local authorities are backing the delivery of that infrastructure. I think at this point, putting in a review or having a plan B would undermine that confidence and certainty. And I think it would tend to undermine the case for the actual delivery of the Bakerloo line extension. So the plan is designed to help create that certainty, and indeed Lewisham's recently adopted plan, which I think was adopted towards the end of last year, again is predicated on the delivery of the Bakerloo line extension through Lewisham. And the Lewisham plan, on its allocations on the site to the station, is predicated on having that higher detail level in the future, and of those sites coming forward at that higher density. And again, the Lewisham local plan, it doesn't have a sort of plan B, if you like, but Lewisham plan, like our plan, can in due course be reviewed. But I don't think there's a need in the AP for it to be sound, to have a kind of review process baked into it.
Are there any views from this side of the table?
Yes. I think I have here around 4 minutes of initial remarks on your key question that you got to now. I don't really know how else to do it other than quickly reading them. They're quite compressed, but I would like to get the points across, please. Is that okay? So to be clear, I support the principle of a Bakerloo line extension, as does the group I'm speaking on behalf of. Indeed, I suspect that almost everyone involved in discussing Old Kent Road supports the principle. You'll struggle to find many opponents. But sadly, as we've just been rehearsing, support for a project does not make it real. Even shovel readiness would not make it certain. The question is not whether the extension would be beneficial. The question is how planning for the Old Kent Road opportunity area should proceed in circumstances where there's no realistic prospect of the extension being funded, approved, and delivered within the plan period. That's fundamentally this question about phasing and infrastructure. The phasing strategy in the AAP as it is built around this assumption that major additional development can only occur when Bakerloo line reaches a defined stage that is effectively certain. Well, that does seem sensible to me. The issue therefore becomes, what happens if that trigger is not reached? The Southwark Plan establishes the broad strategic direction. The purpose of the AAP is to provide greater certainty regarding its implementation, the detail. The concern that I'm expressing is that in many places, it does the opposite. It adds increasingly detailed prescriptions to localities where the assumptions underpinning delivery have become substantially weaker since the Southwark Plan was drafted and adopted, which is a few years ago. The issue has its most direct bearing, as we just got to, on the treatment of the so-called phase 2 areas. In my view, the question is no longer whether some of the detailed master plans for such as OKR 3, 11 and 13, that's the biggest phase 2 changes, should be adjusted. The question is whether they should be shown at all. The issue is not whether these visions are attractive, It is whether they are sufficiently relevant to the plan period to justify being given policy force. The scenarios shown for those areas depend on this chain of assumptions regarding infrastructure, viability, land assembly, and redevelopment that are highly unlikely to be realized within the plan period, if at all. Surely the purpose of plan making is to reduce uncertainty and provide a framework for decision making. In these locations, those phase 2 chunks, the AAP risks achieving the opposite. One practical example illustrates the problem. At the east end of Mandela Way, British Land recently developed the Southwark Logistics Centre. It's an innovative multi-level logistics building. It emerged because the developer proposed something different from the residential heavy scenario that earlier versions of the planning framework anticipated. The result is a substantial industrial intensification project that is now built and operating. The lesson is that areas evolve in ways that cannot always be predicted. That's why I'm concerned that the requirement for general conformity with increasingly detailed master plans in phase 2 areas. For me, the most important infrastructure and phasing related question is not simply whether Bakerloo Line will eventually arrive. I guess it will one day. It is what framework the AAP provides for the years, quite possibly decades, before it does. The area should not be placed in suspense while waiting for a single infrastructure project. The AAP devotes extraordinary attention to a relatively small number of redevelopment locations while saying comparatively little about the vast majority of the opportunity area. The result is a document that's often highly specific, where certainty is lowest, and surprisingly silent where practical guidance is most needed. For that reason, I would strongly caution against responding to Bakerloo Line uncertainty by relaxing the 9,500 home cap or by blurring the geographical distinction between phase 1 and phase 2 areas. That will just create wider blight. I will return to some of these issues when discussing particularly sub areas later next week. In my view, the central test is not whether the AAP works if Bakerloo Line arrives. It is whether it provides a credible framework if Bakerloo Line remains many years away. Sadly, I do not believe that it does. And later, I can list some relevant modification suggestions if it's useful.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, so the question has been raised about what is happening on phase 2 sites. Part of the rationale for identifying the sites which were in phase 2 was that they tend to be the higher value land uses on them, so good quality industrial space, good quality retail space on them. They tend also to be subject to much longer leases, so it's not the case that residential could be brought forward on those sites at the moment. The sites are on Mandela Way are a good case study. So we have been in discussion with, for example, as well as British Land, obviously, the Duchy of Lancaster, with Tate, with a new owner who's just acquired a site at 15 Mandela Way. And the approach that we have been following with them was to reassure them that the council will look positively on refurbishment of those units to increase their lifespan, extend their lifespan over the next kind of 10 or 15 years or so until there is more certainty on the Bakerloo Line. So, for example, if you look in our statements, our response to 4C, you can see examples in Mandela Way at Tower Bridge Business Park, application 22 AP 3455, where those units were extensively refurbished, reclad, air source heat pumps, etc., added, new EV charging infrastructure put in. We've got Progress House at 5 Mandela Way, which is owned by City of Westminster. Again, they're putting up a new building on that site in order to help the operation of their waste fleet. And again, it's about extending the life of that site over the next 10 or 15 years. We've got, I mentioned 15 Mandela Way, so we're in pre-app discussions with that. So industrial investor has just bought it. They're going to raise the roof, reconfigure the interior of the building, reclad the building, update the energy systems, again, giving that building a new 10 or 15 year life. If you look at some of the other schemes as well, County Retail Park, that site was bought by a retail investor. They're looking at a refurbishment of the current premises, putting in new retail pods, again, to extend the life of the shop, that retail park over the next kind of 10 or 15 years or so. We mentioned, Southernwood Retail Park. Again, they're refurbishing those buildings there to extend their life over the next 10 years or so. And Hatcham Road, we mentioned that was a building on which the mixed use consent expired, and subsequently the site's been bought by a church, who again refurbishing it, raising the roof. So it isn't the case that phase 2 sites are remaining blighted. We have proposed a modification to AAP2, that's mod 3, that recognises that, of course, we don't want to stifle investment. We want to support refurbishments. We want to support continued investment in phase 2 sites till the point, that the phase 2 can be released, and at that point, the landowners, if we can discuss alternatives, but it isn't the case that phase 2 sites are blighted.
Mr. Harmer.
Yes. I just wanted to say, to be clear, that Tesco are also supportive of the principle of Bakerloo line extension. What we, Tesco, have an issue with is the phase 2 sites and the requirement for Grampian condition application. And also specifically for the Tesco site, we have issue with the safeguarding, but I will come on to that later in the process. What I wanted to pick up at the moment was the integrated impact assessment and the fact that you essentially have a binary option. You have option 1, deliver 9,500 homes without the Bakerloo line extension. Option 2, deliver 20,000 homes with the Bakerloo line extension. What we think is reasonable and should have been assessed is a third option where you deliver the 20,000 homes, but you can also deliver it with alternative transport improvements such as the Bakerloo, healthy streets.
We will be discussing that coming up in forthcoming agenda, so I won't ask for a response for that just yet. No, but it's useful to put that on the table. Thank you. Mr. Borelli.
Well, the modification just mentioned somewhat gives the game away in its reference to refurbishment, etc., very modest things. Is everyone in the phase 2 areas really meant to limit themselves to modest changes and refurbishments for the next couple of decades? Just to unpack a little more that Southwark Logistics, because that's not the end of the story. Centre 1, British Land is now promoting a second major multi-level logistics facility on Verney Way. They say they do it if the first one lets well, on a site that was previously expected to accommodate housing-led redevelopment. In fact, it had a permission. Safestore has acquired an adjoining site that was also assumed to be residential predominantly, and is pursuing industrial and self-storage expansion rather than a housing-led redevelopment. The current plan was hastily modified to make sense of those two, but what when other people come forward with other ones and they wouldn't be in general conformity with those phase 2 master plans? What do we do? What do we do if they're major investments, other multi-level industrial buildings? That's blighting.
Yes, Mr. Brady characterises it hastily modified. We would say was modified in response to evidence that comes forward when you're preparing a plan, when you're drafting a plan. I mean, clearly the sensible thing to do is to be aware of those changes, to be keyed in to the feedback you're getting on your draft plan, Consequently, we modified that plan for the 2024 version, which includes those two logistics hub and would hope that the second one comes forward as well. Mr. really mentioned earlier about the plan being too prescriptive. At the very beginning of the plan, in its introduction, it talks about the plan being used to establish the delivery of a framework and within disciplines within the framework, but there is some flexibility in the application of the plan. And because the British planning system is still discretionary. So we feel that whilst the plan creates a degree of certainty, it's not intended to be an absolutely rigid master plan. That's a statement right at the beginning of the documents. That is the approach that we've taken in drafting and producing the documents. Consequently, I don't think the plan in its draft or its implementation has blighted any sites, as Mr. Cutts pointed out. We did have, when we initially drafted the plan in 2016 and 17, questions from developers about whether or not CPOing sites in order to implement the plan. And we have been clear throughout that that's not the case. This is, like all plans, and this is really earlier about plans, I mean, they are looking into the future over a planned period. There's no expectation that this is all delivered, in the next 2-3 years. I mean, that is not the timescale of which delivery happens in cities, in London, in Southwark. It is a long-term plan. It is not an absolutely rigid master plan. It's a plan, and then there's the implementation of the plan through development management process. And I think we have shown ourselves to be relatively flexible in the implementation of the plan, as long as it's still achieving the kind of global ambition of the 20,000 homes and the net additional 10,000 jobs. And actually, the British Lands 25 Man the Other Way scheme, I think, is a great example of the inherent flexibility of plan making, because we were able to change that plan in response to those things coming forward. And I think we've been reasonably flexible in our implementation of the plan, whilst keeping hold of the key kind of aims about the homes and also the jobs.
Looking at the reviews of the Southwark plan and the London plan, I understand that from the most recently adopted LDS that the Southwark plan review has been brought forward from what it was originally planned. Is that correct? Is there going to be sufficient? Is there going to be enough of a? They're fairly close in the future. Is there going to be enough of a backward view to enable a proper review of this area in those plans?
Yeah, at the moment we, in terms of timing, because MHCLG are offering funding for local authorities to begin a plan review and are able to make a Gateway 1 submission of vision for the local plan review by a certain time. And for us, that's towards the end of this year. We have adjusted the timing for our plan review. It's because we need the resources we can get in order to help with that. So that MHLG funding is very helpful. I suppose it's one of those moments in regional and local government where we have a new administration who will obviously want to express their view about how planning in Southwark should be carried forward over the next 4 or 5 years. And at the same time, we have a next draft of the London Plan emerging, which is probably going to reflect on the problem of delivering housing in London in particular at the moment. And it's also going to contain, I think, views about the management of industrial land, strategic industrial land, and green belt and grey belt. We haven't seen the contents of that London Plan. We are told it will probably be towards the end of this month or early July when that emerges. That will at least give us an opportunity to have a look at that, have a look at the views of our new administration about different directions they'd like to take on the Southwark Plan. And within that broader Southwark Plan Review and broader London Plan Review, there's an opportunity for us as a local authority then to kind of reflect on how that would impact on the Old Kent Road area in particular. So yes, I think in terms of timing of plan reviews and emerging plans, that's how I anticipate that process will work.
Thank you, Mr. Betts.
Yeah, and just referring back to the local development scheme that was approved in January this year. So that's anticipated that we would reach regulation 18 stage in Q3 27-28, regulation 19 stage in Q2 28-29. So that half years, 3 years in order to complete that process. And I think, yeah, does enable that kind of rear view assessment of implications around transport capacity.
Got you in a moment, Mr. Evans. I've just got one more local plan based question. You mentioned the examiner's view on the Bakerloo line extension in the Lewisham. I haven't seen that. Are there any lessons? It'd be useful to see that first of all. So if that could be admitted as an evidence-based document, that would be useful. Are there any lessons for this plan from that?
I haven't got access to the examiner's report here. I did attend the day on which the Bakerloo line extension was discussed. One of the I think concerns of the examiner was that a scenario in the integrated impact assessment around lower densities without the Bakerloo line extension would, as Mr. Wilson has said, effectively miss the opportunity to develop sites at a higher density if the Bakerloo line is confirmed. So the inspector's concern there was that if you don't recognise the Bakerloo line extension, the danger is you'll miss the boat on a lot of sites and they will be developed then at suboptimal densities, which subsequently actually then undermine the case for the Bakerloo line extension.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just to speak specifically to your question about the flexibility within the plan, I think we've had quite a lot of airtime given to the Southwark Plan Review and the London Plan Review. So I think that's something for, with respect, for you to consider in terms of the implications it has for soundness in terms of the AAP. And we touched on this yesterday as well, but the implication of that plan period ending 2036, it gives this window of 5 or 6 years from the estimated construction contract commencement, and therefore the phase 2 sites to start to come forward, so 2030, 2036, to deliver 10,000 homes, which I don't feel is realistic given even historic build-out rates, but also with relevance and reference to potential reduced delivery rates based on a wider economic impact. And I think also of note was the sort of reference that the phase 2 sites have a drag, if you like. There's at least details that there are elements that are slowing down delivery of those sites anyway. That may be the case for a few sites, but it certainly isn't the case for all the sites. In particular, the site and the applicant, the landowner that I'm representing, we have developed or are developing the industrial employment component of a planning permission that was granted last year. But the residential component, the student housing, is delayed until this process with the phasing is sorted. And we'll come back to that point specifically. But I think in terms of flexibility, speaking to that, it's that blanket approach for me is not the appropriate way to deal with housing delivery. And that's magnified by this time frame that you will have to deliver the remainder of the houses in the plan period.
Any response? Thank you.
Yes, I mean, both myself and Mr. Porter worked on the Northern Line extension in the past. I mean, my observation on that would be prior to the Northern Line extension funding being confirmed, I can remember spending about 4 years in meetings with people telling me that it would never be built. And it was a complete waste of time. And the plans which are based on it were never going to be delivered. The funding announcements, once it was made, had the effect of accelerating delivery of housing in Vauxhall and Nine Elms and other development. So our anticipation is that whilst the build out rate to date has been achieved is remarkable, I think, in the circumstances that it's coming forward in economically and that kind of wider economic context, that if we can get to a point where that capital funding can be confirmed, that it would have a similar impact and that it would accelerate delivery. So there's the absolute numbers, but also the speed at which they're delivered. And I think throughout London, generally, large infrastructure investments, once they're confirmed, tend to accelerate delivery around those stations. So it is, I absolutely agree with Mr. Evans. That's a lot of housing to deliver in that period. But I would say that the speed at which it would be delivered would accelerate from where it is at the moment.
Really, we could do with clarity and a blast of realism on phase 2 sites sooner than the Southwark Plan review. Many owners and businesses want to go further with existing uses soon. Another little expansion example. I mentioned that second logistics centre plan and safe store plan, that's all on Verney Road. All the rest of Verney Road, the industrial side, the owners have repeatedly made clear that they have no intention, no interest in the housing-led schemes. The big factory, for example, has said, we want to stay and expand and invest. And yet, sweeping redevelopment is shown on the plan. How long do those owners and businesses have to wait before that sword hanging over them is removed, before it can be made clear that they can go forward with something else? Would you like me to suggest the headlines of a few modifications? Delete detailed master plan content for OKR 3, 11 and 13. That's the Mandela Way, etc., Marlborough Grove, etc., and Verney Sandgate. Those are the biggest phase 2 chunks. Review OKR 10, that's Cantium Retail Park, etc. And 16, that's the Hatcham, Ilderton chunk, in light of current realities, occupier requirements and delivery prospects. Take OKR 10, the giant scheme for Cantium has gone away. The tower to replace the ex-civic centre is now hopelessly unrealistic. Decouple the requirement for, quote, general conformity with the master plan, the AAP1 key policy, from the phase 2 areas. Don't include the proposed wording in that modification suggestion that, quote, only minor works and refurbishment should be expected in phase 2 areas. Explicitly support investment, intensification, adaptation and renewal in those phase 2 areas. Make clear that phase 2 designations are not intended to create blight and not intended to block scenarios that continue the existing uses and intensify them. And where master plan content is deleted, please replace it with positive policy support for investment, intensification and adaptation, renewal, pending future review.
Could you send me that list, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, there's a fair few areas to consider, but I think the overall theme there is blight. So be useful to have your views on that, because that was something that was going to come up in a future question anyway.
Yes, as Ms. Cutts set out, there is no evidence of blight, I think, in the Old Kent Road. We have owners of sites who are supportive of longer term plan position and are quite happy to go and operate. In that category, includes Six Bridges Estate reference. The larger retail parks, again, are not blighted. They are operating quite robustly. Cantium Retail Park, which Sabrina saying has gone away, has actually been implemented. So the planning permission has been implemented. The investor who bought that site bought it with the knowledge that it had a planning permission and to create a significant housing scheme. And they technically implemented that permission just over a year ago, because whilst their main interest is investing in retail, uptown retail, they acknowledge the value of in the longer term, recognise the council's plan to deliver housing in that location and retail, replacement retail. So I don't think it is the case created road. In terms of deleting the master plans, I mean, they are there for a purpose to set out some clarity, some discipline about the longer term plan for the Old Kent Road. And that is in a context, a strategic context and a local context of a need to meet housing targets. That has resulted in the master plans showing how you can create that mix of uses, industrial and residential, sometimes mixed together, sometimes side by side, as per 25 minutes the other way, and surrounded and adjacent trees. So I think to remove those master plans from the plan kind of would undermine, I think, the certainty that it has provided in its draft form over the last 8 years. It does not preclude people who are in lease structures. So on Mandela Way, there are a lot of those businesses which are in leases which are running until 2030, so within the plan period, continuing to do what they do, including upgrading, modernising those premises so that it continues to be in a valuable, productive use. And there's nothing in the plan that stops that from happening. What we are saying in the plan is that we have an absolute responsibility as a local authority to identify where we can accommodate housing in our borough. And it's the usual thing with the planning process. The land is what the land is. There is an intense competition for land use, and we think we're doing the reasonable, rational, and responsible thing in identifying where those homes can be. Not just homes, but also jobs, which is why, and this is touched on today, does go into more detail about how the typologies that can deliver that. But we have not been unresponsive to people coming forward like British Land and saying, well, there's a different way you could achieve your plan aims on these sites. Where we've done that, we've supported that fully, and we've amended the plan accordingly. And I think the approach we've taken to the implementation of the plan is always, it's not an absolutely rigid master plan. It's a planning framework. As long as we can get to the goal of the 10,000 jobs and 20,000 homes, we will support schemes that help us do that. nobody can anticipate every option that you might have in the future for the implementation of a plan, which is why it's not an absolutely rigid plan. There is some flexibility in it. But given that this is not a site like Canada Water owned by a single large landowner, I think it's really important with some discipline to what the aims are and aspirations are of that longer term plan, so those individual landowners can understand what it is that the local authority is trying to achieve in this area.
Where there is that happy mix of uses that you mentioned, and also looking at a little bit, I guess, about meanwhile uses to help prevent blight setting in. Is there policy support for that in the plan? Does there need to be anything specific?
So we have proposed the modification, which is Mod 3, states that we will support refurbishments, support proposals which give new life to sites that are within phase 2. I think just one of the points as well in terms of the deletion of the master plans for the phase 2 sites, we need to be conscious as well of the Southwark plan, and these are adopted allocations. We have an adopted figure for the number of homes that have to be reduced, built at Mandela Way, alongside the amount of open space and the amount of commercial space. So these are actually adopted allocations. As we understood yesterday, the purpose of the plan is to give effect to the Southwark plan. It's not a different strategy from what's in the Southwark plan. It's giving effect to a strategy which is adopted.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Very brief suggestion, if I may, perhaps wholesale removal isn't potentially the right answer. That's not for me to call, but rather moving them. So there's greater flexibility between the sites and the consents that are allocated in phase 1, because we know that whilst they are implemented, that is, for all intents and purposes, in title only. Canteen Retail Park being one. I think the plan needs to have greater flexibility in terms of a clearer, more transparent ideology in terms of the movement between phase 1 and phase 2. And I think we'll probably come back on to that.
Yes, we will. I'll hear from you, Mr. Brearley, and we'll address that point and then have a break and probably come into those matters.
Yes, Southwark plan site allocations, they're not going to be changed until that gets reviewed. Fine, but that doesn't follow. It doesn't follow from that it's useful to have ultra detailed master plans that are hugely prescriptive, and in many cases, I have to say, rather fantastical. About blight, a lot of blight you don't see on the ground. It's also about landowners taking decisions not to move forward with things, waiting to see what happens. But there is the other type of blight, physical, on the ground, quite present. Most of the vacancy in the area, no shortage of demand, for example, for industrial accommodation. Most of the vacancy is to do with uncertainty and long timescales, etc. I walk past every morning on my way to the factory, 2 sites where the businesses were evicted. One of them, the building's been flattened. The other one, it's empty, waiting for the scenario to unfold. That's what blight is.
Yes, I mean, one of the sites which was really mentioned was given planning permission, I think about 4 years ago, to be redeveloped for housing above a commercial space. Mr. Brearley did help with advising the developer on that, about the design of that space. The developer subsequently effectively went bust, so that site has then been sold on. So that site has gone to our planning committee to be redeveloped for commercial uses with student housing above it. That involves that site and the site next door, which Mr. Brearley refers to. We are in the process of finalising a Section 106 agreement for that particular site. And it is the case that within an area the size of Old Kent Road, there are sites that come forward, and there have been lots of financial difficulties over the last years with development, where you, from time to time, you either get a contractor getting into problems, or get the actual developer getting into problems. So that site was stalled for that reason. But, it was a problem with that particular developer, but we would anticipate that the redevelopment of both those sites, which Mr. Briley talks about, would come forward over the next year. And that development also involves the provision of council housing on a related site in the Old Kent Road. So, I mean, there's a particular history to that site. I'd also point out the site behind it, called the bottling factory, was a building which in the 2016 master plan was down to be basically demolished, and subsequently we've amended the plan over these years to get that building made part of a conservation area. We did that because the owner of the building, a church, looking to demolish that building. It's a really fine historic building. And then subsequently changed the plan to encourage the retention of that building and its reuse for commercial industrial use, and it is in those uses at the moment. So it's an example of us listening, learning, and changing the plan in its various iterations to make, I think, a sound plan.
Also, picking up on a point that Mr. Brearley made just before we go into the break, are the master plans, well, I know what your questions, your answer is going to be, so I'll try and phrase it differently. It was about the prescriptiveness of the sub-area master plans. Is there sufficient flexibility, maybe through the mod, maybe otherwise, but is there sufficient flexibility to provide alternative uses? Why are the master plans so prescriptive? I guess I'm asking.
Part of the starting point there is that actually the site allocations are large, so they're not, the boundary isn't drawn around individual land ownerships, it's drawn around quite large conglomerations of sites, and there was a reason for that, and that was to provide more flexibility within those sites to look at the way in which land uses would be distributed across those areas. So in the case of the British Land proposals at Mandela Way and Verney Road, we hadn't just drawn a red line around those sites and said, and that shall be mixed use. The land use is prescribed over a much larger area, and that gives flexibility to be enabled, to enable the delivery of these employment spaces while also enabling the meeting our housing targets within those site allocations.
And on page 6 of the AP, where it talks about the structure of the plan, the final paragraph on that was written to set the spirit really in which the plan is put forward. So I mean, reading that out, I mean, it says these policies and master plans are intended to provide clarity. It's also striking the right balance between instruction and flexibility, so that they can robustly manage change over the whole plan period. As such, they are not intended to be absolutely prescriptive, but the key principles they describe will be expected to be delivered. And then on AAP1, and it's really a big reference to this as well, we've used the phrase borrowed, if you like, from the London plan, must be in general conformity with the master plans and sub-area guidance, land use, buildings, typologies, etc. So that point about general conformity was trying to capture that point about not absolutely prescriptive, in the same sense as the Southwark plan is generally conforming to the London plan. It doesn't follow everything in the London plan. Our intention and the way we've applied the plan is that there is an inherent flexibility in it, and that was the intention behind the wording in AAP1, sub-parent 1.
Thank you. Let's have a cup of tea and 15-minute break and come back at 11:45. Thank you. that we still need to go through today. They are the allocation of phase 1 and phase 2 sites and discussion around those two issues, and infrastructure, Baker Loop, etc. Alternatives. Any preferences for what we do first? It's a flexible agenda, so I think maybe if we continue the phases discussion, because we're sort of on that track anyway. Right, just a moment. Okay, we touched on it yesterday as well, and it has been touched on this morning as well. That's the potential for reallocating sites for phase 2 to phase 1. And to a lesser degree, phase 1 to phase 2, but I think the main focus is on the 2 to 1. Mr. Wilson, you mentioned yesterday that looking at sort of regular reviews, but just wondering how those reviews take place and whether they need to be encapsulated within the plan itself in a more formal way.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point actually. The reviews are ones we carry out internally through TfL and GLA, so we keep a regularly updated, which I think is part of the evidence base running list of schemes where they're at in terms of planning consents and implementation. And obviously we reference the review principle in the plan. Mr. Evans has raised this point. Yes, I mean, is there a scope for us to perhaps set that out more formally? Yes, I would say there probably is.
Perhaps an additional few lines in AOP2 as a modification. I know there's a lot to talk about on this topic, but just as a starter, is there any objections to or any strong views on strengthening AOP2 to give a little bit more of a formula to reviews?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, Mr. Brelli.
No, that was it. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Likewise, yeah.
That wasn't yes, please to speaking. It was yes, please to
Okay.
to there being more mechanism for
Right then.
review.
It would be useful then to have a reiteration from the council of what they're doing at the moment then, and what's needed in the policy, I think.
Can I just add specifically on this idea of prioritization of certain sites, maybe a bit more transparency on what that prioritization looks like, and potentially a bit more. This is now looking at mod 3. The wording currently, I can't get it from me on the spot, but it sort of says something about prioritization of delivery of housing and affordable housing, or affordable housing. And
Yes.
if we're not careful, delivery of housing will just sort of take precedent, and the priority of affordable housing will kind of fall by the wayside, because any developer will say they're delivering housing.
It does say and/or supporting infrastructure improvements, parks and transport networks as well. So it could be affordable. What you're saying is that it could be affordable housing or other infrastructure
I'm
improvements.
saying or other housing, because it says delivery of housing as a general concept.
Right.
So we want to make sure that there's true priority of affordable housing within the housing question.
Yes. Okay. So a couple of points there, but that's probably something to consider in the overall phasing formula. So, Mr. Wilson, what's the current procedure?
Current procedure is that we meet with the GLA, TfL on a monthly basis. We review the schedule of consents, and you'll see the most recent schedule reviewed is EIP 4.7.11, and that followed the published previously the review that we did from January, and before that from September. And what this does, you'll see as Mr. Wilson says, it outlines the address and the planning application, the number of homes, its status in terms of whether it's got planning permission, whether it's been built, the site allocation, and then also where it stands in relation to the phasing. We mentioned yesterday that a number of homes are excluded from the phasing, and that's because they're on the periphery of the area action plan. They're further from the potential Bakerloo line stations, and it's unlikely that occupiers who will work in those developments would be relying on the Bakerloo line extension. They're closer, for example, to Tower Bridge Road, to London Bridge, or, for example, to Bermondsey Station. The headline figures then are at the end of that document. At the moment in phase one, we've got 9,463 homes. That includes live applications, some pre-applications, and then schemes which have got consent. We've granted consent to 1,078 homes which are outside of the phasing. So they're mainly around Crimscott Street and the periphery of the area action plan. So we review latest information that we have around sites. We also then review whether there is potential to move sites from phase two into phase one. And you can see in our hearing statement in relation to 4A, the kind of second part of 4A, and we've included there a list of sites which have changed recently, including 6 to 12 Ernie Road, the site that Ms. Brearley referred to being developed by British Land, 78 and 94 on side street. So on that scheme, on that site, we had a residential mixed-use consent which expired, and we then moved the site into phase two, as we didn't think that there was a prospect that that site would come coming forward within phase one. 12 to 38 Hatcham Road, again, mixed-use consent expired. It was bought by the church for a church use. They've refurbished the building. It made sense to move that site into phase two, as that's not a currently deliverable site for residential. Iberia House next door to it, again, residential consent expired. We moved that into phase two. It's subsequently been acquired by an industrial occupier who wants to use it as a meanwhile space while they redevelop their land.
So, sorry to cut you off, Mr. Councillor, because I'm asking about the policy in general. I just wanted to find out about the process, really.
So, I mean, the process is, yeah, we have that discussion. We've set out in the modifications the considerations that we would take into account in moving sites from phase two to phase one. So are they delivering housing, delivering affordable housing, or what other key infrastructure that's required in the area?
And is there any is there any output from that in the public realm?
Yeah, so these are published on our website. So we've published the last 3 versions, and we've circulated previous iterations of this. So this is in public domain, reported as well to our planning committee.
Okay, that's good. That satisfies the second part of a proposed mod. Then I suppose in terms of an output and the timing of the outputs. I guess the first part then is the point that Mr. Holloway raised about the qualitative aspects of that and how sites are prioritised.
So I mean, we've alluded to sites which are delivering housing and delivering affordable housing. That has been the priority. The priorities in delivering the plan. Are we delivering our sites contributing towards the delivery of 9,500 and then 20,000 homes?
So on his point then, whether there was sufficient clarity within the proposed modification to bring forward housing as opposed to affordable housing, and if there's a challenge between the two types, is there sufficient clarity in the policy as proposed as to how you decide one over the other?
I think to Mr. Holloway's points, yeah, I mean, rather than just housing, it's stated affordable housing and housing, because our priority has been, and I think will remain, affordable housing. So as a modification to emphasise the affordable housing element. Certainly, when we've been doing these reviews over the last number of years, Mr. Cutt said, we have prioritised things which are likely to deliver the most affordable. That's the current Southwark Plan position, essentially, and I imagine it will be the new Southwark Plan position as well.
Yeah, no, just also to say that we are supportive and welcome changes that provide greater clarity from going from phase 2 to phase 1 sites and vice versa. I think our position, we probably go further, and you would say to completely remove the phase 1, phase 2 sites restrictions. I just wanted to raise that.
First question, where on the website can we find that? Because I tried searching around and I couldn't. And secondly, it might be overkill, but in terms of the mod and what we were just discussing, I would just feel in practice there would be almost an attempt for them to sort of strong arm this, like we're delivering housing. It doesn't matter if, say, it's a reduction in employment floor space or kicking out businesses or things like that. I think in practice I'm probably overly worried, but might be something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, I think a large part of that comes down to the planning method. So, so certainly on our minds, it is, and it's expressed. It is expressed explicitly in the student policy that we talked about yesterday about what other aspects of the plan are being brought forward in that planning balance. So in terms of that prioritisation of sites, yes, it's a basket of considerations. So up there would be affordable housing, but also provision of open space, provision of community uses. All of those things count in the balance, putting consideration of moving something from phase 1 to phase 2.
So maybe it's just a line on, acknowledgement of other policy considerations or requirements.
Yes, yeah, there needs to be some transparency either in the policy or the output.
And
this is probably best.
Just the website. If you could just maybe send the link or something, that would be really helpful.
Mr. Brelli.
Well, what's described was a behind closed doors process, which maybe that's okay if we're talking about fairly modest jugglings between phase 1 and phase 2, like the ones mentioned in the Hatcham industrial area. But what if it's somewhat more impactful on total development scenarios? You think, well, shouldn't people get a say in that? Shouldn't there be a more public discussion? Because it does really matter. A related but a little bit of a joker observation is that this discussion is about, so far, phase 1 and phase 2 of the allocated sites, but don't forget about the rest of the area, the majority of the area, which PS includes most of the council-owned land, which is 40–50% of the opportunity area's extent, extraordinarily large council landholding, which is very relevant if, for example, you take seriously a commitment in the Southwark Plan to deliver to 20,000 council homes, not generalised affordable homes. That could affect a spatial strategy. So if you've got this cap, sensible, 9,500 in relation to public transport that's available, there's a question about not wanting to use it up until you've met your objectives, like council housing, and that affects this total question about where phase 1 and phase 2 are, and is some of phase 1, the 9,500, not necessarily in all these coloured patches. I was mentioned of 1,000 plus. Is that below the radar, below the threshold to be counted in the add-up sites? what you said, there's also been 1,000 something.
That's useful to raise that because I was going to ask about that as well. I guess we could call them windfall sites.
Yes, but some of those windfall that don't count in the 9.5 could have alongside them some that do count. There could be some bigger developments. The first versions of this plan didn't include 2 major estate redevelopments. They now do.
Yep.
More such bold changes could come forward in the plan period, and they could be phase 1 delivery.
So how would we account for windfall sites then?
So this schedule includes all applications. So those applications which are in one of the site allocations, as well as windfall sites, which are outside the allocation. So we're measuring all of the sites within the opportunity area. We have excluded some because I say they're further from the future tube station locations, and they're not reliant on the construction of the Bakerloo line extension. There are 2 estate regeneration schemes within that 9,500 homes. That's the Tustin Estate and the Ledbury Estate. The council has no proposals to rebuild, regenerate other estates within the Old Kent Road area. If we did, then we would need to consider that in the context of a phase 2. We do have land which is within phase 2. We own Curry's, for example. We own the B&M store. We own the Lidl site. We own quite a lot of land around Sandgate Street. That is in a phase 2. We acquired those sites for their longer term strategic potential to provide housing, affordable housing, to provide other infrastructure such as parks, but they are currently in phase 2 and they are reliant on the Bakerloo line extension.
Yeah, thanks. Just to reiterate the transparency point, I think there is a further amendment to plan policy AP to commit to a degree of regular reporting. Yes. Again, we have a helpful schedule, but it's published at the discretion, as I understand, of the Planning Authority and or TfL.
I think monthly was mentioned.
We meet monthly. We don't always publish the schedule monthly, but I do publish it from time to time, and when people ask for it, you know, we'll provide it.
Okay, yeah, I'd like some sort of prescriptiveness in the policy, if you like, quarterly.
Yep.
If it comes out of a monthly meeting and it's published now and again.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's the reasonable response. It quarterly allows for, you know, a little bit of movement, a little bit of turbulence or whatever behind the scenes. Interesting, there are in phase 1 a couple of pre-apps, for example. Now, again, you know, as a third party, I'm not party to those discussions. It feels odd to me that a pre-app is advanced over a site with a planning permission and consent and ready to deliver both homes and the case I'm referring to, payment in lieu for the affordable housing provision, which again I think may deserve a reference in the modification to speak to the points my colleagues made in terms of making that a more clear policy amendment.
Just going to say, firstly, just in respect to the payment in lieu, the affordable housing policy in the Southwark Plan prioritises sequentially homes which are provided on site, which is why we haven't referred in that MOD 3, for example, to a payment in lieu. Priority is for on-site delivery of housing and affordable housing. The pre-app discussions, or the 2 pre-applications that we have in there, they are both sites which are going to deliver a significant amount of affordable housing. One of them is the Folgate Estates, which we mentioned, which is delivering around 245 homes, 50% of which will be affordable, as well as potentially a new primary care health facility for the NHS. And likewise, the other pre-applications in Catlin Street will also deliver affordable housing.
But I think it's absolutely right that we set out what the parameters are by which we are proposing to take those decisions, which goes in phase. Which would then set out what the council just explained. So this is what the council is prioritising, and as Mr. Evans said, Mr. Briggs said, it's a transparent process then in terms of how we are weighing things in balance.
Mr. Briley?
Yeah, to emphasise further, transparent, not sure fully what that means, but it feels really important that there is chance for public engagement in any shifts between phase 1 and 2 that are significant, because they could have very big consequences. Just to go back to I unpacked a little bit Verney Road, but let's say there's a decision, let's let one site on Verney Road come into phase 1 and have residential on top. That would have impacts on everyone else along there who don't subscribe to that scenario. It would effectively have to change everything that they do, would affect their future plans. It's a very big consequence. So you would want it not to only get this. You make your decision behind closed doors and you tell everyone about it, and then everyone's hit with a planning application. That wouldn't be the right way. It should be something to do with a plan review. Are we going to make another tweak of the plan to shift some things from phase 1 to phase 2? You get a say. That feels right.
I mean, in terms of the, just to give us a bit of context, in terms of the list of the applications, which is part of the evidence submitted, we originally put that list together, I think it was 2018, 2019. The reason being, it is difficult to see all the applications coming forward in an area like the Old Kent Road if you're just looking at our planning portal. So the genesis of that was to make that information more accessible, not just to TfL, but also to have that available on our public website. And I think combining that with a formally set out process of how we're balancing those things and having those things publicly accessible would allow for interested parties in the area to express a view to us about what it is that we are proposing to do. Because it's both captured in the plan policy and it's also available in an easily accessible place. And if we have a series of criteria that we're measuring this thing against, if we are behaving irrationally, it gives people with an interest in land, local residents or local businesses, an opportunity to see what we're proposing to do and to comment on that. So I would hope that meet that the proposal for it to be both transparent but also be something that would be capable of being commented on, and representation could be made to us as officers and also to members about, well, is that the right thing to do? I think it's part of what Mr. Evans's point is on this issue. We haven't ever conceived of it as being decisions made behind closed doors, but I can see that by formalising it in policy, by identifying where that will be publicly available, that would help. And we could probably do both in terms of the policy. We could perhaps reference where you can find this information.
So yeah, okay. So you're relying on post-decision scrutiny, really, I suppose, and also pre-decision in that it would be part of the policy within the AAP. I'm just wondering if introducing, I completely understand the reasons for wanting community participation. I'm just wondering how that would work in practice, whether it's something that, if it's reported to the council, for example, or a committee, that could add an extra level of complexity, and I think overcome the reasons for wanting this sort of shift between phases in the first place, which is to help sites come along and to help sites avoid blight and that sort of thing as well. So just wondering if we're sort of robbing Peter to pay Paul, if you know what I mean.
No.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
yeah,
it's
so
a way.
if a reasonably nimble way could be found, maybe it relates to the question about, in general, mechanisms for reviewing this, that we get. This is a subsidiary detail giving plan, so it feels like it should be possible for it to be reviewed more nimbly and rapidly, but some way of people being able to make representations, etc., seems vital.
Yes. Okay. Could you look at that as part of the mod perhaps, and let me know what you come out of. You know your process is much better than I do, so perhaps you can find a way in there. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, thanks. So it was just to speaking to the mod 3, there's a reference to where there's an opportunity to move sites into phase 1, whether that is either amended or altered to include sites and or planning permissions. So that would solve the consultation quandary that I think has been rightly pointed out by my colleague, because by definition a planning permission will have had and been through that process. Yeah, I'll leave that. Yeah.
Is there much of a difference between the two from your point of view?
Applications are on site.
Yeah, okay.
Makes a huge difference.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I've got a comment on the text of policy AMP2 as well. It refers to diagrams set out in figure 6, but the phasing plans are set out across figures 6A and 6B. And just wondering if that needs a minor change, unless I'm missing something, because I was looking for a PDF. Now I've got a copy in front of me. Yeah, it's 6A and 6B, so I think that just needs a minor change. Okay. Now, question whether I guess this goes back to procedure again and the proposed mod, but I was just wondering whether, no, I'm not going to ask that question. That pedal there. Okay. Pressure from developers to reallocate sites between phases. How does the council deal with that, preventing sort of creep from phase 2 to phase 1, if you like? Is the cap enough of a control?
Our view at the moment is that yes, it has worked well. The cap is, and the relationship between the site and the phasing plan is always reported to our planning committee. Most of the applications within the Old Kent Road opportunity area are referable to the mayor, and it's something that the GLA scrutinise too when they're giving pre-application comments. The GLA will always say that the housing on the site will need to be justified in relation to its phasing. I mentioned that we have several schemes which do have those grampian clauses. They've been agreed between the council and the developer. 74 to 78 Ormside Street, 257 to 283 Old Kent Road, which is Mr. Evans's client. So that was a scheme that was allowed on appeal, but subject to that grampian clause. And then we have 2 other applications just submitted. Thus far, it is a process which has been by all parties, and yeah, it hasn't been tested on appeal.
Okay. And is there a concern that, or is there a risk that phase 2 sites could be constrained for an extended period or an unnecessarily long period as well through waiting for the Grampian condition to take effect?
I think, I mean, we've already talked a bit about blighting sites and, you know, we engage very constructively with landowners who wish to invest in their properties to avoid that. We mentioned as well yesterday that actually we do have a very significant pipeline of sites within the Old Kent Road area, opportunity area. In response to 3A, we have granted consent now for including the excluded sites. It's over 10,500 homes. There is a lot under construction, so 3,441. There's 2,384 student bed spaces too. So under the ratio that we've agreed with GLA and TfL, that's equivalent to 794. So that's over 4,000 homes which are under construction. A number of those are on sites which are phased, and what we've counted towards that is just the phase that's in delivery. So there are future phases anticipated. First phase is under construction, but we haven't counted phases 2 and 3 of those schemes towards that. But in all, you know, even with a good wind, even if you were to assume that, let's say, 1,000 homes per year were to be built, you know, that's still in excess of a 6-year supply of homes within the Old Kent Road opportunity area. So our view is that no, this isn't, you know, this phasing approach isn't holding up development. I mean, to the contrary, it's given certainty to the development industry, to our members, to members of the public about what is happening, and given certainty to developers who are investing in sites at the moment, and they understand where their land falls.
Yeah, we would say to that there have been some phase 2 sites that have come forward. Not all phase 2 sites have come forward. It is holding up development. It is de-incentivizing people to have that cap. There's also an issue with having this cap at phase 2 sites. If the contract doesn't come forward, compliance with both the London plan in terms of the opportunity area where 12,000 homes have to be delivered, and that won't be possible if the contract isn't signed and phase 2 sites don't come forward. This issue with compliance with policy AV13 of the Suffolk plan as well. It says that 20,000 homes come forward. There's also conflicts with the objectives, the 10 objectives set within the Old Kent Road action plan. In terms of that, it also makes reference to 20,000 homes coming forward. It also makes reference to the BLE coming forward by 2036 and supporting 2 stations. So it's just how that in policy conflict is resolved.
Our view is that there isn't a policy conflict. So a policy AV13, so that's the Old Kent Road vision, in the Suffolk plan very clearly says that development will be phased based on the commitment and delivery of the Bakerloo line extension. And it's anticipated that there'll be 9,500 homes in phase 1. The London plan as well says on 2 or 3 occasions that it may be necessary to phase development within the Old Kent Road, and that the plan should be identifying the opportunities that are unlocked by the Bakerloo line extension, which points to the need for a phasing plan.
Yes, thank you. Just as a sort of general commentary on, I think, how the developers sort of approach this, I think often there's a desire to frame the policy position as we need homes at all costs. That's what the policy demands. That's simply just not the case. Firstly, if the infrastructure is not there to support that housing, there's no evidence base to barrel ahead, and there's no policy push to barrel ahead. This whole thing is based on a proper infrastructure dependency that needs to be respected. Also, as Mr. Wilson touched on before, you need to look at the market reality that housing isn't being built right now because we are at the sort of bottom of a cycle. So this idea of sort of changing the plan to push for this housing that may not be properly infrastructurally supported doesn't make sense, especially when right now we're seeing a trend of what is getting consented is getting further and further from meeting local need in terms of affordable housing requirements and family housing, student twiddling here and there. So this kind of any arguments pushing for let rip don't make sense, particularly this time.
Yes, I mean, I don't think the approach we've taken has ever been let rip. The approach we've taken has come very much. There needs to be plan discipline applied to an area with perhaps 300 or 400 different owners in it. Some of them very small, some of them larger, some of them corporate, Berkeley Homes, Barratt's, Royal London, individual landowners like Mr. Braley, a whole range and spectrum of motivations and ownerships. That discipline is structured around major transport infrastructure investments. If, as we sit here, there was no housing built or under construction in the Old Kent Road, certainly we had criticism in the early drafts of the area action plan, but that would be the outcome, that there would be no housing built in the Old Kent Road. Neither would there be any employment space constructed. And I think we wouldn't be here defending the plan as it's emerged and what it has in draft delivered. The amount of housing being delivered in the Old Kent Road, I think, is quite remarkable. The percentage of that which is affordable is highest percentage of affordable housing you've achieved in the major growth areas in the borough. So social rents are just over 40%. The overall affordable 59% broadly, or 56% if you take out our council estate regions. So that is absolutely meeting the greatest needs. In Mr. Briddy's cross-reference the British Land Scheme, which is a fantastic scheme to have in the area in terms of generating employment. It goes back to the point as well about funding the Bakerloo line. Schemes of that scale generate significant business rate income for the local authority, which could help ultimately fund the delivery of the Bakerloo line extension. And the really important point I think about the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan is that it is not just a housing scheme. I think as originally conceived in the 2016 London plan, it tended to be focused about just building housing in the Old Kent Road. I think one of the things which has changed fundamentally in the plan approach, and it is something that Mr. Braley has championed. So I know Mr. Braley still doesn't think that we've got to the right place about this. Was that it couldn't just be about housing. It had to also be about local economy and jobs. And actually that is beneficial to the kind of place we're trying to create in the Old Kent Road, which is about a mix of those uses. It's not just a housing scheme, it is also an employment plan rather. And those two things are important for place creation and also for potentially financing the regional delivery of the Bakerloo line. Given its central London location, it lends itself to that mix of uses. Even in trying economic times in the last 5 years, having that plan in place, I think it is the thing which has delivered investment from housing associations, which has kept the affordable housing delivery so high. It's the thing which has generated money from MHCLG for the Future High Street Fund, which managed to invest in projects and in purchase of land, including the Folgate site that Mr. Cutts referenced. And it has enabled investment from British Land because investors in areas want to know what it is that the local authority are seeking through their plans. And I think the reason all those things are built or on site in the Old Kent because there is a carefully considered plan which has been in draft for the last 8 years, which hopefully is one we could eventually adopt.
So what I'm getting from that basically is that those one sites are being delivered. They're not sitting in holes in the ground.
Yeah, and worth bearing in mind as well that the British Land Scheme, for instance, isn't a phase 1 site because phasing is about housing, not about commercial developments. So where we have amended the plan to confirm and encourage that kind of development. That has also given us a bit more capacity, if you like, over the whole plan area for housing developments.
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, thanks. I won't labour the point, sir, but a written submission takes the list of sites which contributed to the 9,500 that the council have published, and provides my own assessment of delivery of those, because there are a number of sites that have a physically implemented planning permission under the terms of the Act, lawfully implemented, but are stalled, are doing nothing. Physically implemented planning consent allows the benefit of the site owner and developer to deliver that as and when they wish. I appreciate that means that it could come forward tomorrow, but I think a degree of reality has to be, factored in. My initial view suggests that, the 9,500 figure of actual units being delivered or potentially being delivered is just over half of that, but 5,000. I appreciate there's some movement within that, but again, that's my view. We need transparency in the process and also some flexibility written into.
I would just say, sir, that if you look through that list, DIP 4.7.11, under the construction phase, you'll see that the majority of sites are built or under construction. There are 2 sites on that list with what you might call a technical implementation. One of them is the Canteen Retail Park. That's 18 AP 3246 that Mr. Wilson's already referred to. That was bought by an investor with the long-term potential in mind to redevelop it for a mixed-use scheme. The second scheme there is 596 to 608 on Kent Road. That's 18 AP 3284. That scheme also has a technical implementation, but the landowner has been looking for parties who can redevelop that site. So that site is there is a faith premises, a faith organisation on there. They would be rebuilt into the future development proposal, but the landowner is actively trying to bring that site forward.
It feels to me like the headline is that there isn't really a problem, given the way things have been rolling, in getting to 9,500 in the plan period, bearing in mind that the 9,500 is likely to remain the cap for the entire plan period. So the problems are not about getting the quantum. The challenges are about getting the right mix, getting it all to work together well. And yes, I agree with you over there. Any buckling to ad hoc pressure to, oh, go on, let us do this one over here, wouldn't be helpful. It needs to stay tight. It needs to stay a careful process of any jugglings between phase 1 and phase 2, and it needs to keep that cap. That's what's going to help deliver a good outcome and the right kind of mix of housing, the right kinds of tenures, everything that people aspire to.
Good. Stay tuned for after lunch discussion on the cap then. Mr. Evans.
Yeah, it's straying into cap slightly, but just on the point Mr. Cutts raised. So the 2 fatally stalled permissions, I'll call them, that accounts to 1,485 dwellings, which is a material portion of the 9.5.
Okay, I'll take that into account. Thank you. I've got one more question on the phasing, and that's taking us into the future a bit, 2030 or so. Let's say that that was mentioned that an optimistic scenario this morning of the Bakerloo line coming to pass, and suddenly there's a load of phase 2 sites waiting to come online, erupting like a geyser into the market. Is it? I mean, it's reasonable to expect that there's going to be a fair degree of market supply and demand forces at work in terms of delivery, but Has any thought, I can't see that any sort of thought's been given in the plan as to the delivery of that phase. You know, are we going to get a glut in 2030 of properties coming into the market? Will there be issues over construction? Things all happening at once, a load of, a queue of developers all trying to get through the door at once kind of thing?
We are very careful in terms of the construction and environment management plans. There's a requirement that for new developments, that a plan has to be submitted. That's monitored by our network management team and also by our environmental protection team. We have been working in the past as well with the GLA to look at where we can coordinate construction impacts. One example was at the bottom of Old Kent Road, where we were painting the mural on the bridge, and we had to refurbish the railway bridge. At the same time, Veolia, who were constructing the district heat network, we managed to combine the two projects in order to ensure that the Old Kent Road was shut once rather than twice. So that's an example of where we have been working, with developers. We've had smaller kind of construction forums with 2 or 3 developers together, looking at whether they can combine, for example, the utilities work, so putting in the electricity supply to enable each of the 3 developments to go ahead, rather than each of them trying to do it individually. So we do work hard to try to coordinate that. Of course, you know, the market will also kind of regulate the rate at which new homes are built, but Mr. Wilson mentioned our experience on the Northern Line extension has been that the delivery of homes is accelerated once funding is confirmed.
To provide effectiveness in the delivery of phase 2, I'm just wondering whether there needs to be a line in policy AAP2 to that effect, saying how you will assess the delivery of phase 2 homes within the planned period. Because as I mentioned, there's nothing in there at the moment. There's plenty of delivery of phase 1 sites, but you know, in the future, when phase 2 sites come online, they'll all be coming on at once. So how will the delivery work at that point? What mechanisms will you rely on to assess the market at that point?
You mean in terms of the construction impacts? Or?
Well, it covers a range of things, as I said at the start when I asked the question in my rather roundabout way, was not only the market impacts of things coming on at once, but also construction impacts. There's things like employment skills. You know, if people all want to bring sites online at once, there's all sorts of effects that may happen. I'm looking at a sort of, you know, worst case scenario there, possibly naive, but
yeah. And probably reflecting on the biscuit factory redevelopment, which is kind of a year and a half into building 1,600 homes in 2 years. So that's had 6 contractors on site, at one time 14 tower crane. I mean, on the one hand, the delivery of 1,600 homes in 2 years, very good news for the borough. That includes 360 affordable homes delivered at the same time. On the other hand, I mean, I have attended, colleagues have attended meetings with local residents who then have to manage the issues around construction management. Myself and Mr. Cutts have done the same thing in the Old Kent Road when we had both Glencore road schemes being delivered at the same time. So I suppose in terms of the kind of phasing within a phase, because of the nature of the British planning system, and it's the grant of consent, but not the requirement to consent, and we don't own most of the sites, we own some of them. In that sense, I don't think we could control when and who brings forward things in phase 2. I suppose the experience in phase 1 is that because the land ownerships are disaggregated, that people tend to be on slightly different kind of time frames. But we have already had, you know, 2, 3 sites close together, and that creates some practical issues in terms of local residents and managing that construction management piece. I certainly think we could put in something about that. But in terms of the kind of phasing, other than it's accelerating, which would be a good thing, because that would be a good thing to deliver a lot of housing in a short period of time, meet the need. I don't think we have the levers to say, well, it should be in this order, because we're granting a consent rather than granting a point at which you can implement that consent.
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, just very briefly, so just I think that's potentially where, I spoke about this yesterday, the compression effect. So if there is an alteration to the cap, maybe not necessarily all wholesale removal of it, but I think my colleagues, helpfully argued that if the cap is also reliant upon not just the BLE but other infrastructure improvement, that might remove that potential future headache. Because I'm concerned that there's a little bit of a risk that we're setting ourselves up for a fall.
Would that be better discussed after lunch, do you think, when we talk about TfL sort of based?
I sense you're hungry, so I'm going to say yes.
No. I do have one more question. No, I'm not
it would,
hungry.
in seriously, it would. It's probably more.
No, I'm just about phased out. That's all. With phasing, I think we've covered just about everything that was need to for non-TfL based phasing. I'm going to spring a question on you guys about a paragraph of AAP which has been overlooked. It's just to satisfy my own curiosity, really, in terms of the 15-minute city, and I haven't raised it any of my questions, so go and tell me to take a jump if you want. But it's the statement of the 15-minute city it's a statement of intent, and I'm just wondering, does that happen by the virtue of the AAP area sort of being relatively compact, that everything's just together because it's dense and it's walkable or accessible, or does it need any additional text to make it happen, or is it just in there because it is?
I mean, certainly the drafting is in there because it is central London, because it is a mix of use, residential and commercial, because it is accessible already, because of the bus network and also the cycle network that existed and has been enhanced over the last year and will continue to be enhanced. Because if you look at the plan in the AAP about the location of schools, for instance, there's a relatively dense network, secondary and primary schools in the area, and so the park infrastructure, Burgess Park, is not very far away from any of the sites or the public park, but with the intention to create new and enhance existing parks. So the thought behind the 15-minute city reference was that it is inherently that kind of place to a degree already, and the plan is simply emphasising that point, enabling that to function in that way. As for instance, the Greener Belt strategy is about enabling walking, cycling between homes, schools, libraries, open spaces, jobs. So that was the thinking behind that, which is why we haven't really elaborated.
Thank you. Like I said, it was just to satisfy my own curiosity, but I suspect Mr. Brearley has some as well.
Yeah, so have a little go on that. It's rather a big question, isn't it? But I think it's a very good idea, and I think it's really good that it's said in the plan.
Yes.
It's, in my view, right. One thing I think it points to, though, is it would be really good if the plan could go further with figuring out what actually are the enhancements it does some to the local movement network, particularly path network, including beyond the master plan areas. Like it doesn't really say anything, but it's pretty dysfunctional, the total area, with legacies of historic infrastructure that's gone away and 80s ideas about cul-de-sac housing developments, etc., etc. It means in many places, many minutes are added to attempts to get to these facilities. So that's a very simple point. And the second, slightly more subtle one, is there's plans a little silent on whether scatter of things that people need to get to versus clustering high street like into what you might call places of exchange, places where everyone comes, the busiest place. It's a bit unclear on that. And of course, developers will tend to want to make a big development, big housing-based scheme redevelopment, like with Malt Street, Berkeley Homes as an example, will tend to want to do their own plaza that they control with some things that people need around them. And that rather pulls in the opposite direction from wanting those things clustered where the buses and the paths are on the high street.
Yeah.
And I think the plan's a bit silent on that. Where do you want your primary schools, for example? Do you want them on the high street, or is it like a random scatter? Does it matter? I think it does matter, and the plan could be stronger if there's really this commitment, it's said in there, to a continuous high street, making that work, 15-minute city, etc. It could go a bit further.
Right. First of all, I'm looking at soundness. I can't make sound sounder, as I mentioned yesterday. But I do have a question based on that second point, and then I'll go back to your first part of your question. Do the sub area master plans sufficiently provide that sort of detail?
Our view is that they do. Figure 12 also shows the area that's designated as the town centre. It shows where we understand and like the key kind of retail spaces or town centre uses along the high street. And we've given expression to that as well in the high street strategy. If you look, for example, at figure 13, and our view is that that policy in conjunction with the typologies is sufficient to deliver that outcome, directing the uses to appropriate areas.
Okay, thank you. On the first point you raised, where looking at the 15-minute city and how that's implemented, I'm not sure that paragraph sits comfortably within AAP2, and I'm just wondering if it would be better in AAP1, as it's a sort of strategic overarching policy, AAP1. And because this paragraph, as I mentioned, maybe it's why I skipped over it in my first reading of the policy, but it's a statement of intent. Just wondering if, the principles of that are then taken forward in the more prescriptive policies later on, like the movement policies and that sort of thing.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay. So another mod. Right then, before we break, do you want to get your pen? You've got your pen out, Mr. Cutts. I'll let you finish writing that, and then you can go to your list of to-dos.
Okay.
Right. So we've got reviews of phasing within as a mod within AAP2. So that's yes, that's making that's the formalisation of the phasing reviews, as we discussed at length. There are some mods you suggested, Mr. Brearley, which you're going to send to me as a list, which we'll consider when they come in. You ran through them in rather a hurry, so I didn't get a chance to consider each of them individually. The Lewisham EIP report is going to be submitted as an examination document. I wrote this note in rather a hurry, dealing with phase 2 delivery in AAP2. I've got to remember what I meant by that.
Is that a reference to the figure numbers 6A and 6B?
Yeah, I think it is. And thank you. And finally, there's the 15-minute city shift. Good. Okay. TfL, thank you for waiting. I know you guys are used to long waits and amount of patience. So yeah, it's your day. But I hope you have a nice lunch, and it's your chance to shine after lunch. So we'll be back at 1:45. Thanks very much. Excuse me while I get my notes sorted out. Oh, I'm just going to check the inquiry website to see. Just a moment, I'm just checking the inquiry website just to see if things have been updated yet. Refresh my page. Okay, right, that's good to know anyway. Thank you. Okay, so in this section, we're dealing with questions 3E and 4D in that order. I think we've dealt with everything else today. First of all, how's the Bakerloo going so far? Is it too early to tell, or you got feedback on early stage of operation? What's it doing in terms of generating demand and popularity, I suppose? An overview.
I mean, it's been operating since around about 1903.
Oh, has it?
Using it.
Oh my gosh, okay.
So it's positive. In terms of an extension, I think we first started looking at that. I say we, the royal we. I started looking at that probably around about the early 20th century.
Sorry, I meant Baker Loop.
Oh, Baker Loop.
Yes, yep. But that was all very interesting.
Got me off of my stride, but I'll pass over to Charles.
Oh no! I could listen to London Underground history for a while, but sorry. Baker Loop.
Baker Loop
Yes.
has been operating for slightly less.
Yes.
Started operating in September
Right.
last year.
Yeah, I knew it wasn't that far away.
So, you know, normally I would answer that question by saying it's too early to tell, but you know, obviously it operates in the context of a already busy bus corridor. And I mean, in terms of how it's going so far, I would most pithily summarise it as saying it's going kind of in line with expectations. It is well used, in line with our forecasts. It is like the rest of the super loops that we've started operating over the last few years. Some of it is a new form of operation. We've had limited stop bus services before. There were several of the super loops were limited stop before they were super loops. But there are still lessons to learn in terms of that operates on a day-to-day basis. And like the rest of the bus network, there are some extant challenges in terms of operating on London's roads at the moment. But I would say there aren't really any highlights to report. It's running in line with expectation. Demand is there and meeting our forecasts.
What's the frequency at the moment?
5 BPH basically.
Every 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Doing my maths and not a bus planner, sorry. And what's Old Kent Road like to operate in a corridor in terms of bus priority?
I mean, we haven't made any changes to the corridor since Baker Loop started, and there is a mix of existing bus priority. There are some sections with bus lane, some without. We did, before we started Baker Loop operation, do a review of junctions and signal timings, just to make sure we thought all of that was in a position to support the express stop service. So
What's the end-to-end time? I mean, I know that might not represent a typical journey, but just to.
perhaps I should have preambled by saying I'm more of a strategic chap.
Maybe I should take a ride. I was just
Yeah,
saying.
I haven't got that detail to hand.
That's okay. We'll be relocating to halfway up the Old Kent Road next week, so that's the end of it. Are there any sort of short to mid-term prospects for service improvement? Is anything needed at this stage, or what are the
Well,
plans?
I'd say it's a bit early for us to look at it. A bit early for us to be looking at it. But having introduced a limited stop service, I think one of the things we will look at in time would be whether or not the stops we've chosen are exactly the right ones. But we may add. But this is generally true of Superloop, to be honest. So some of it's relatively new and novel. So we do need in time to look at response in terms of the way customers are using it. So there is scope to look at whether stops could be added or indeed removed.
Did it replace any existing services, or is it a completely new?
No, it's entirely extra capacity on top of what was already on the old camera.
Thank you. If service was improved in the future, I mean, this might be a how long is a piece of string question, but I'm thinking of congestion and bus bunching and that sort of thing. What's a realistic sort of top level of frequency? Hence the piece of string.
Yeah, it is something like a piece of string, yes. I mean, it's very difficult to say for an individual route.
Yep.
Baker Loop is one of 9, 11 routes operating on a corridor.
Yep.
So it's 5 BPH out of, it varies along the length of the Old Kent Road, but roughly 50 buses an hour. And yeah, Old Kent Road is an example of a corridor where we have operated much higher frequencies than that. In the not too distant past, by which I mean 10, 15 years ago. We were probably up past 70 buses an hour on the Old Kent Road. Now, whether or not that's achievable again depends on all of the individual circumstances of sections of route, junctions, and so on and so forth. So, congestion on London's road network is greater now than it was then. I think that's true on the Old Kent Road.
Has that been a contributor to the reduction in frequency from however many years ago?
Well, the main, what's that? You'll forgive me for being broad. The bus network reached a peak 2015, where we operated the highest volume we've ever operated, highest demand we've ever operated. There have been various factors which have seen demand fall over the last 10 years across the network, and capacities that we've operated across the network have not fallen as quickly as demand has fallen, and that's true on the Old Kent Road. So.
That's useful, thank you. Any questions on the overview? Just from a local community point of view, what's it been like, the Baker Loop? Has it been a transformative moment, or has it been, what's it like in terms of a signpost amongst the community?
I've only been on it once, to be honest. It doesn't go where I need to go. I see people getting on it a lot.
That's good.
I really haven't been on it either, but I think well received.
Good, okay. Right then. I know the council had a fair bit in terms of contributing to its establishment. I've read what you had to say in the statement, but is there anything you'd like to say just as an opener in terms of the infrastructure that's been put in place so far, and how you see it developing as the plan progresses?
Yes, so the plan was intended in a very broad sense, involving the existing bus network, but also cycling and so high streets project, which you've investigated with options with TfL, certainly form part of that idea. The recently built cycle lane at Ilston Road, connecting Peckham back up through to Lewisham, is another example of that investment in the area to movement more generally. But on the bus piece, we reached an agreement with TfL back in 2018, I think, to effectively levy a Section 106 charge on all homes built in the Old Kent Road. That included affordable homes, so that was £2,700 more or less for each unit. The idea being that they would contribute to improved bus services in the Old Kent Road as development came forward. So that 9,500 homes would just arrive with the extant public transport network. There was an opportunity to enhance that public transport network. We then had a debate within the team about, and with our members, about collecting this. If we were collecting this money, what was the best way to invest it? And with colleagues at TfL in enhancing bus services on the Old Kent Road. The other thing we were very conscious of was how might we combine that investment with a way in which we could keep the Bakerloo line extension in the public eye. So that we could both identify that development was directly connected to enhanced bus services and also promote the Bakerloo line extension. And within those conversations, one of the ideas was, well, perhaps we could an advert on the back of the bus or the side of the bus reminding people that the Bakerloo line extension was a thing. And then we had the idea of thinking, well, why don't we brand the bus like the Bakerloo line? So the initial idea was something that we floated in the 2020 version of the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan. But at that time, we just called it the Bakerloo bus. We felt that would be a good use of that money, and it would make very obvious and transparent that the council were helping to invest and deliver this service. And it was all of those ideas which then got picked up by the Mayor's Office, and the Mayor's Office, because they had the Superloop, took the idea of the Bakerloo movements, tweaked it slightly to be the Bakerloop bus, which was a great news for us. So, all of those ideas which, crystallises into actual delivery. And by that time, we had collected £5 million in contributions from the housing coming forward that Mr. Cutts has referenced in the Old Kent Road. Our then administration, of course, were keen to help enhance public transport in advance of the Bakerloo line. So we then entered into an agreement with TfL to transfer that £5 million towards the cost of running the service over 5 years. I mean, that cost is 25 million, so we're not paying for it, but there has been a very significant contribution from developers to enabling that service to be delivered. And then as part of the idea of the healthy high streets, part of that was that bus service would be an electric bus service, which it is, which is also very good news. And that it would be an express bus service that basically stops at the station where the stations would be on the Bakerloo line. I think the very good news and feedback from TfL is that the actual ridership has been, I think as with all transport projects, it ends up being higher than is necessarily anticipated.
Higher use, higher cost.
I believe so. I mean, higher use.
Good.
So it's on
important distinction.
On budget and on time. Yeah, it was I think it's a really good example of public-private sector and working across levels and tiers of government in London to deliver something which keeps the Bakerloo line extension in the public eye, but delivers the necessary service to support housing, which is already coming in the Old Kent Road area and on into Lewisham.
Local plan aside, I've got to say, just as from a layman's point of view, it's fabulous branding. It really sort of it hits home. It's in terms of achieving what you've said. It's set out to do. I think even from somebody who doesn't live in the area anymore, I'd heard of it. So successful in that regard. Looking into the future, what sort of funding will be in place? Because if at the moment it's reliant on Section 106 funding, presumably that's a finite source. Are there plans to, should the Bakerloo line extension be delayed? And we're getting into questions of future infrastructure, which we'll go into more detail at the moment, but just feeding it to the Bakerloo. What sort of future funding plans are in place, if any, or is the current model just considered enough to get it through to that point?
From our perspective, we continue to collect the contributions through Section 106, which is reflected in the transport policy of the Old Kent Roads AAP. So we anticipate that we will collect further money. The contract for the Bakerloo bus, I think, runs for 5 years with a review at 3 years. That is based on the 5 million contributed. So my anticipation is by year 3, we would have collected some more money. So we could have a conversation with TfL about perhaps putting that money towards extending the contract. If that's not needed, coming up to 4 years and the review of that contract, we would have collected another pool of money, and I would anticipate we would direct it at the Bakerloo bus continuing on that route.
We have been reviewing other routes as well, with TfL in particular, to address demand on Ilderton Road, which is where a lot of the development is happening at the moment. There's only one bus on Ilderton Road at the moment, which is the P12. So we have been looking at whether there are other buses which could be other routes which could be extended up Ilderton Road to help meet some of that demand that's located there.
Okay. Does phase 1 cap represent an ultimate position in terms of capacity and transport modelling? It's basically topped out. There's no potential for any sort of improvement beyond that figure.
So, I mean, I suppose there are two aspects to that. There's firstly, what alternatives might there be to deliver a mass transit solution on the Old Kent Road? And Mr. Porter may be able to talk you through some of the options that were considered early on to see whether we could address that. It's fair to say that the conclusion of the strategic transport study was that the Old Kent Road did need a mass transit solution to deliver 20,000 homes, but it also needed improvements to buses. Those improvements to the bus network, we think, would accommodate 9,500 homes within the capacity paper from November 2025, which TfL prepared. It was estimated that an additional 20 services, so would be, or 20 buses per hour, would probably be going to get back up to capacity to deliver 9,500 homes. But because of some of the issues which Mr. Baker has been talking about, there's uncertainty about whether you could actually get there, let alone go beyond it.
Porter, I'd like to hear about some of the options, please.
Okay, so I mean, I think when we started looking at this around about 2016, and it was really, what can you do to enable the ambitions of the Old Kent Road to be met and sort of achieve that level of capacity that would allow 20,000 homes to come forward. And I think that's an awful lot of options. I think 6 different options around the underground, 3 or 4 different DLR options, 7 options around the Network Rail. We looked at tram, we looked at buses, we looked at walking and cycling. There was a whole range of options that we looked at. But there are a number of key conclusions that came from that. If you're going to accommodate the demand that you're going to get from sort of 20,000 homes, you really do need a mass transit solution. So buses on their own, for instance, don't have the capacity, as Mr. Cutts was saying, and whereas walking, cycling, they make a valuable impact to sort of moving people around, they don't on their own enable that level of growth. So of the different options we looked at, there were pros and cons to all of them. But some of the big findings were realistically, if you're going to have a system with that capacity, underground is really the only way that works. If you have something that is elevated, you run into problems like bridges and also a dense urban environment where you're looking to sort of build viaducts, which is something that wasn't considered acceptable or cost effective. In fact, it would have required quite a lot of demolition in certain areas, which wasn't something that was desirable. Anything on the surface would have required extensive right of way. So something like a tram or a surface railway, for example, would have taken a large amount of space and also could severely constrain the ability of other modes, including buses, to move around. Also, it wouldn't get you that same level of capacity. Linked to that, there was an issue around the mode of choice. So if you would introduce a standalone system, say a tram system, which didn't have the benefit of feeding into a wider network, you would have all sorts of issues. Where do you put the depot, for example? Where do you put the control center? How do you make a standalone system work? And all of this is possible, but it takes a lot more time and space, which is one of the key issues. Because although we are looking at sort of delivering a lot of new homes, a lot of new infrastructure, it is in a dense urban environment, and finding space for these sorts of facilities is neither cheap nor easy. And then looking at the different options, if you focus on that underground system, and looking at the network that London has, the Bakerloo line is unique in that it is pretty much the only London Underground line that has any spare capacity. So all of the others they start and finish at different sides of the central activity area, so outside of central London, and they tend to get very full very quickly, and there isn't the capacity for more people. The Bakerloo line is a happy exception. It's the only line of any length, I will exclude the Waterloo City line for the moment, that terminates in central London. So effectively, there is almost full capacity going south to north, which gives you the opportunity to not only serve the Old Kent Road, it's sort of pointing in that direction, but it also has the capacity to enable the new residents and workers within that area to use it. And that's sort of a very quick précis of the option selection that we went through.
Some of the respondents have raised concerns that the base studies feeding into the phase one cap, that might be a question for the council, are now outdated. Is that a concern that the council shares? Is there a need for any updating?
I mean, Mr. Baker may be able to speak about it in more depth, but essentially the 2025 paper is providing an update on those capacity issues. It's right that the initial study was undertaken in 2016, with COVID, etc., but that November 25 update sets out the existing situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I didn't work on any of the original studies, but my team revisited it recently and looked at, and is it captured in that 2025? No. There is, I mean, I described earlier that there's a general trend of falling demand on the network, and there is currently some spare capacity on bus network on the Old Kent Road. But one of my colleagues described it a moment ago. We looked at what we think would be needed to support the 9,500 homes, and that generates enough trips to require actually 33 buses per hour worth of capacity. But I say once one takes into account there's on the current network probably the equivalent of 13 buses an hour capacity. That's 20 on top of what you've got at the moment. What we've got at the moment is something like 53 buses, depending on where on the Old Kent Road you count it. 53 buses an hour. 20 more takes us up to that 73, which I think I mentioned earlier. And that, I do think, takes you to a practical limit of bus throughput on a road like the Old Kent Road at the moment. So, broadly speaking, I think the analysis stands, yes.
Is falling capacity a trend which is should be taken into account in this instance? Is it something that's expected to go into the future? I mean, I know again it's the piece of string question. So I'm not a bus planner. So.
But I'm not, I'm a bus planner, but I'm not an economic forecaster.
Right.
TfL's business plan tells me that we're expecting all to level out in the next 5 years. It can't carry on forever. I mean, I've been looking this morning at the very latest periods demand forecast, demand results. It is very much a hot topic in TfL at the moment. But we're, I think last year bus demand, this is off the top of my head, not an exact figure, but bus demand on the network last year fell by something like 2%. I think there might be more of that to come in the next couple of years, but it's not going to go on forever. And sorry, just and I kind of indicated earlier what I felt the scale of it was. There's something like 13 buses an hour of spare capacity at the moment. I think the total need result of the 9,500 is something like 33 buses an hour. So even if we see another 4 or 5% fall in demand, it's not going to change that radically in terms of those big steps.
Okay. So just to sum up what I've heard so far, various land promoters are suggesting that perhaps the cap could be raised based on provision of improved bus services based above and beyond what's planned at the moment, or provision of alternative infrastructure beyond 2030 that doesn't involve the Bakerloo line extension. Is there any capacity for that to happen?
Capacity to change the
Beyond the bus improvements that are planned to 2030, is there any chance of any future infrastructural improvements leading to a position where there could be a reconsideration of the phase 1 cap? Or again, does it go back to that absolute topping out and 9,500 is all you can concede?
I think it's fair to say the work that's been done kind of reconfirms that position. So the updated bus capacity note reconfirms that whilst there has been dropping kind of numbers of passengers, therefore there is some spare capacity now, as Charles just kind of pointed out, that effectively still means that you need to get to 9,500 cap. There was also the ongoing work with the Healthy Streets scheme, which is sort of the other part of this, and that Charles talks about the issues on the network, so which provides some of the bus priority versus the cycling versus the pedestrian network. Now that's a key, another piece of work that is sort of that principle has been established, but is kind of alongside the bus review. That piece of work is progressing as well to ensure that we can get the bus priority. So based on what we know now about the operation, that's currently planned without the Bakerloo line coming ahead, and that's what's kind of been reconfirmed.
Right. Okay. I needed to be absolutely clear. So thank you. Is the bus capacity update something that's in the public realm? That's not one of our evidence-based figures, I don't think, is it? So I've skipped over it.
I think it is one of the.
It's EIP.
Oh, there we go. It's 434.
439.
439, yeah. Good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Good. Who was first?
Yeah, I can go first. I've read that bus capacity notes from November 2025, and it makes a series of recommendations at the end. One of them was to continue monitoring the success of the Baker Loop and the opportunities that could arise to alleviating capacity. I was just wondering, firstly, if the monitoring, when that would be published, would that be published on an annual basis? And do you foresee a scenario where the Baker Loop, either through increased frequency and decreased frequency from other services, or just doing services from, say, Lewisham to Elephants and Castle and going all the way to Waterloo, alleviates the capacity problem?
In terms of ongoing monitoring, I would say we keep the whole network is under continuous and ongoing review. They don't regularly publish that kind of review activity. I'm hesitating because there is no particular plan to publish the monitoring activity. As I described earlier, now the Baker Loop is on, the corridor is one of several routes, which mean that we have adequate capacity and more capacity than we need right now. And in the future, we could provide more capacity on any number of routes. And actually, it's in our TfL's gift to choose how we do that in the future in response to changing circumstances. So your question was, is it possible that we do that by increasing the frequency of Baker Loop? Yes, it is possible. It's one of several levers that we're able to pull, if you will, to provide extra capacity as and when we need it. And I said earlier, we probably do in time want to review how Baker Loop itself is performing, along with the rest of the super loops, which are relatively new propositions. Now, there is the opportunity to look at whether or not we add stops. Perhaps in some of the other routes we might remove stops with that less well used. The idea of a limited stop service is you provide a faster service to the greatest number of people you can, but that has to involve skipping some stops.
Was one of the concepts of the Baker Loop is conceived to only stop at the stops where there would be stations.
Well, that is how we planned it initially for the corridor. Yes, yeah, exactly that reason. But by being a faster service, it provides a faster service, but more direct, and hopefully supports longer trips than people make on average on the bus network.
Right. I do need to write it from end to end now that I do want to know. So it's, for research purposes. Mr. Brearley.
I just wanted to have my own go at checking I've understood buses bit first. Even with changes to the infrastructure, the Healthy Streets project, you're saying you can boost buses up to an amount that isn't going to take you beyond 9.5 as a reasonable housing capacity. And then the earlier bit, I'm slightly hazier on, but I think I got it. Is it true that the strategic study showed that you were snookered on any bolder but not Bakerloo extension schemes like a DLR or a tram or do something clever with the overground? You essentially concluded none of those were going to be realistic. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it's all going to, you're stuck at 9.5 without Bakerloo, roughly.
Good. Okay, moving away from the Old Kent Road corridor itself, then I'm going to.
Could I just
Oh, sorry.
to say one thing? On the TfL options testing, you said the BLA, and I'm quoting, is the preferred intervention to achieve transport objectives in the long term. By implication, it is not the only solution. Then, is that correct?
You could put in other things that could get there, but they would have detrimental effects, meaning we wouldn't support them. For example, something elevated that required demolition of large areas.
Okay.
Mr. Evans.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Like you say, there's obviously an inherent focus in this discussion on the Old Kent Road corridor, the axis running southeast to northwest. The other element in the room, as we discussed and talked about yesterday, with the flashing lights on the bow tie on that periphery that runs north-south on Ilderton Road. And the 2025 TfL analysis regarding the bus capacity does refer to the Surrey Canal station, which is the proposed additional stop on the overground fixed network. There is provision within, as I read it, the bus capacity and a bus modelling future scenario to include additional services or service at least along Ilderton Road, which would link into that planned railway station stop, which gives us, in my view, some ability at least to consider either deviation from the 9,500 dwellings or an alternative response to how planning consents are calculated to meet that cap. I think that's an important aspect that we shouldn't ignore or forget at this time.
Piggybacking on that, I'd like to know as well if there are any improvements foreseen to the service at South Bermondsey Station. Because I think, they're quite close together.
Yeah.
So the 9,500 cap presumably takes both of those stations into account, along with the delivery, in the scenario where Surrey Canal Road is delivered. Station.
In Surrey Canal Road Station, it's worth pointing out where we are on that at the moment. So we have there's a consent for the Surrey Canal Triangle development, and that has a ground beam restriction on it that they can't go above their first phase, which I think is around 600 homes, until the station is basically built and operational. They are making a significant Section 106 contribution towards the station, but there is a funding gap. And similar to the Bakerloo line extension, we are having conversations with government, GLA, other third parties about how we might fund that. So there's no certainty that would come forward in its own ground beam restrictions. So that development is directly linked to that station. In terms of the bus capacity report, does set out other options for the bus network. So Alderton Road is a key part of that, and the sites along it, and that link to the station. So that is all planned for within it. But in terms of the whole area, yes, the cap includes the assumption that the station would be there in that future scheme, and that both the station and the Bakerloo line are required to provide the capacity to serve the entire opportunity area.
Is there a time frame for Surrey Canal Road delivery? I know you mentioned uncertainty, but is there there must be a sort of project?
Yeah, so we're currently doing design work on it. So we have funding for the design, which is a three-way kind of agreement between TfL, the Council of Lewisham in this case, and the developer. That's been progressed, and then at the end of this year, we need to make a decision on whether we take that forward into the full detailed design and construction process. If we got the funding in place, and there are live conversations to say about that, then that would then be let, and we'd be looking probably around a 3-year kind of construction program. I think the current assumption about the development on that site is that they might be looking to start around 2028-29. So we'd be looking to open probably in the early 2030s, but all dependent on funding being agreed and the timescales of the development to make sure that the capacity comes forward in lockstep with the development.
I can't help but compare that to the analysis of the Bakerloo line extension that I had this morning. Is that more or less? Is that a more or less certain pipeline?
I think it's a smaller amount of money that we need, but it's in the same situation in terms of competing with other schemes and developments. So I mean, there are other very similar scale developments and similar station projects that we have that are all that same kind of stage, and there are uncertainties about the delivery of the scheme itself and the development, whether that comes forward. There are uncertainties about the funding. So I think it's a smaller amount of money required, but it's a very similar conversation in terms of competing funding with other major schemes, other developments. So I think we think it's got a good chance of getting funded and getting government support, but until that conversation has been finalised, it's difficult to tell. But because of the ground beam restriction in similar ways, we've got the kind of cap on the homes in the link to the Bakerloo line. That is what we think creates the case for that funding to be made, because there is that strong link. So because we've got that, it puts us in a much stronger position. Because without the funding of the station, the homes can't come forward. That puts us in a very stronger position.
Right. Okay. So asking the same question, therefore, of the council that I did the Bakerloo line, would non-delivery of the Bakerloo, slightly different because it affects phase 1, would non-delivery of that station affect the cap at all? Is there a case for reducing the cap if the station isn't delivered?
The station is not. So although I would add that we did the last administration who did have some conversations with Lewisham about the possibility of contributing to the delivery of that station. It's community infrastructure levy thing. But, that's quite a commitment. We've got a new administration, so I don't know what their view. The last administration took a view because there's lots of calls on the SIL that we're generating. We wouldn't offer that money, if you like, but it has been something which has been discussed because of the proximity of the station to Southwark, to Wilson Road, which has been discussed at some course, that railway also serves the borough because the train heads southwards to Queen's Road, Peckham. And I mean, clearly, if you're a resident of Old Kent Road, Nelson Road, you're probably not that concerned about where the administrative boundaries of London are. Yes, you're more concerned about where the stations are.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments on the Bakerloo? I was expecting quite a bit more about Mr. Evans.
Yeah, thanks. It was just really in response to the last point about, you know, is there a risk that we're sort of being asked to, in the plan making process, downplay the immediate delivery of the Surrey Canal Road Station?
Yes.
But the same metrics are being used to big up the Bakerloo Line extension.
Mm.
I wondered if that was, it's a thought more than an expressed point, but I'd be anxious that you know, there is favoritism is perhaps not the right word, but if there's a priority, even sort of subconsciously being peddled, does that actually sort of devalue some of these other, but you know, lesser scale public transport infrastructure improvements, but certainly by no means lesser in terms of their importance in helping to deliver the regeneration that is you know, latent.
Yeah, so could you phrase that as a question perhaps to the...
Sorry, yeah, I mean, is there a, you know, which is a preferred infrastructure delivery based on not just, you know, highest impact, which would obviously be Bakerloo Line, but the extension, but you know, are there other commitments of infrastructure that it can have a you know, a bigger proportionate impact locally than you know, just focusing everything on the BLE itself?
I think in order to deliver all of the regeneration in the area, all of the things we've talked about are needed. They're all on different timescales, and the Bakerloo Line extension is, by definition, a longer term, more strategic project. So it has a longer term timescale. I think if that wasn't the case, then I mean, ideally we'd deliver them all at the exact point at which they're needed when the development comes forward. Because of the way these things are planned, that's not necessarily possible, and we don't have the funding certainty. So we have to build that case, and I think we need the certainty from through the planning process and the plan and the development to create the case for the funding being available. Because, partly because it's so competitive at the moment, there are so many schemes. So in TfL's view, overall, all of them are equally important, because without any of them, we have an issue in capacity terms and would have to come up with an alternative. So the package for the whole area is Surrey Canal Road Station, the Bakerloo Line extension, buses in the short term, plus they are competing with slightly different pots of money. So the station conversation is a slightly different conversation, a different bit of government and a different bit of GLA, Bakerloo Line, but the whole thing needs to come forward, and that's what the plan is based on. So I don't think there's any particular favouritism. Particularly, we need to unlock all of the housing we're talking about, and there is a number of houses associated with the Surrey Canal Road Station, slightly sort of broader than just the station, that development itself. The previous housing infrastructure fund bit for the London Overground, which also helped with the capacity. That's another sort of separate work streams, upgrading the capacity on the Overground. All of those things together are needed, and it's more about the process needs to go through, which kind of prioritises them in terms of timing, rather than the necessity of them in transport planning terms.
Mr. Heimer, you indicated that you would like to speak about the Northern Station site.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, no, of course. So the Tesco site is safeguarded as part of the Safeguarding Direction 2021. And Tesco has been on site since 1994, and as part of the Safeguarding Direction, it could mean that the Tesco site has to stop operating during the construction process of the Bakerloo Line extension. That could be 8-year process, maybe longer. Tesco won't be able to operate from the store during that time. So we've made a series of representations to the Old Kent Area Action Plan, and then also to the Bakerloo Line extension consultation, saying that you don't need to use the entirety of the work site for the construction process, and we've advocated potentially other sites in the local area that could be used. We haven't seen any evidence to date that other sites haven't been considered. Right? that's my first point. The second point that I wanted,
Would it be useful to answer them one at a time?
yes,
Okay. Yeah, so alternatives.
I think it sits squarely with me.
Yeah.
So in terms of alternative sites,
Mm.
do you mean for the station location itself?
no, for the work site.
I mean, I think I will start with station locations. Appreciate it's a
Yeah,
slightly different
okay.
question, but you'll understand they're very closely linked. So we carried out a consultation, I think in 2017, where we considered, I think it was around 14 different station sites on the Old Kent Road. And as part of that, we put forward two options for both the Northern Station at that point called Old Kent Road 1, one of which was on your site, one of which was on the adjoining site, and then two options for Old Kent Road 2. And as part of that, we were very clear that there would need to be a work site associated with the station. Given the size and scale of the infrastructure we build, it's very difficult to avoid having a significant work site. I mean, effectively, you're building the equivalent of a tower block, but laid on its side and submerged. It's a significant piece of infrastructure. As part of that, we were clear that the work site would need to be, I think, at least 10,000 square metres, potentially larger depending on what the needs were, and that the likelihood is that the store would need to close as part of that. There was a significant response to that consultation, and I think from memory, 49% or 41% of people supported that station and 21% against. I think subsequent to that, we then carried out further public consultation in 2019, and I don't think there's really been much in the way of pushback or much challenge to that site, and the work that we've done in terms of the station and the associated work site is now forming part of the scheme. So I think as part of that, we did look at how the work sites would be in association with the station, and that led us very much to this point. So I think I'd push back on the suggestion that we haven't consulted on that. Now, there is a second point, because the work site is proposed as a secondary tunnelling work site, which is a different purpose, but it's also very much linked into the station sites. And I can start talking about that as well, but I don't know if there's anything you wanted to pick up on what I've just said.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to unpack the second point, if that's okay. Tesco doesn't necessarily have a problem with the station being on the site, provided that delivery can be phased and the Tesco store can continue to operate. What they have a problem with is if the whole work site is required and it takes out the entire store for the entire construction process. And if any other sites have been considered as part of the TfL consultation. I appreciate that the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan is in place, safeguarding direction to be amended, but if you could just elaborate on that.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. So as part of the consultation in 2019, we proposed, as well as the site of the station and the work site associated with that, that site would also be a secondary tunnelling work site. And that is really, the decision behind that comes down to two things: the existing work sites that we'd already identified, and also the tunnelling strategy that we wanted to adopt. And the reason we're focusing in on the existing work sites is effectively you need to, as part of a tunnelling work site, is where you launch the tunnel boring machines. These are quite significant machines. They're about 100 metres long, and they burrow through the air, and that's how you create the tunnels. The station BOC, and you need a launch chamber to do that. They need to be launched completely flat and then go, so they get sort of lowered into place. By the way the stations are constructed, leading into the tunnels, they tend to be perfect sizes for launch chambers. And given the size and scale of what you're constructing, we always try to make use of the station box as a launch chamber. So that really limited the choice of tunnelling work sites to either the end of the tunnels, the portal, or one of the existing stations. So as part of what we did for both the primary and any secondary tunnelling work sites, we didn't consider any additional sites other than those that we'd identified for stations. So we were comfortable that the stations were the right choice. That's where we should be building the stations, and the infrastructure is there to be able to launch the tunnels. If we were to do it somewhere else, you'd be digging a box the size of a station box, and then it wouldn't be used as such. So that's why it's limited to the existing work sites. In terms of the tunnelling strategy, Every scheme of this nature needs a main tunnelling site, which effectively is where you start your work and the majority of the tunnel spoil comes out. That tends to be the biggest work site on the route. You need that to be sort of somewhere between 25,000 and probably 30,000 square metres, subject to the topography and the geometry of the site. We looked at 3 main areas for that principal tunnelling work site. None of them are within the borough of Southwark or within the Old Kent Road area, but it was essentially considered, and we got to the point where we felt that the site at New Cross Gate was the preferred work site, principally because it gave you the size that you needed. It gave you rail access, which is quite important to remove the spoil. And it also gave you a point on the route that you could start the tunnelling from without sort of doing additional tunnelling. Other sites we looked at were in places like Hither Green and Catford. So we had our primary work site and we had a number of station work sites. We then started looking at what the tunnelling strategy could be. And effectively, you've got a number of options, which is you send it north, take it out, bring it back, send it south. Or possibly if you had a different work site, you could send it all the way from one end. So looking at what those options were, we determined that a strategy whereby you send the tunnel machine south from New Cross Gate to Wearside, which is the end of the route. You then remove them from Wearside, took them back to New Cross Gate and then sent them north was a preferable strategy rather than doing it all in one go. And that's effectively because once you finish the southern end of the tunnelling, you can then take the machines out, send them north, and you can do a lot of work on the southern end. So you can do things like fitting them out, laying tracks, a lot of the work that you wouldn't be able to do if there was the spoil going through that. But what we found was that with that approach, you had the southern part of the tunnelling was significantly longer than the north. We also know that the northern end for the tunnelling route is where you have the most complexity, principally where the tunnel machines meet the existing railway near Lambeth North. And that's what brings you the most complexity and the risk. Now, we then looked at, is there any way of avoiding that complexity and risk and also shortening the amount of time that you need to do the tunnelling, because that's on the critical path for delivering a railway. That's the ability to shorten your construction quite significantly. That's where the idea of a secondary work site came in, a secondary tunnelling work site. You reduce the tunnelling time needed and you give yourself more flexibility around the complexities of the Lambeth North tie-in. That, I think, reduced the timetable by around about a year to a year and a half, which represented significant savings both in time, in terms of time and money. But then it came down to, if you were going to do that, what's the preferred location for that secondary tunnelling site? And you need a number of things, principally around that. You need space, you need access to the strategic road network, but you also need it to be broadly equidistant. And what this balance between the Old Kent Road 1, now Burgess Park, and Old Kent Road 2, now Old Kent Road stations, is very much that the Old Kent Road station is much closer to New Cross Gate, whereas the Burgess Park station is pretty much equidistant between Lambeth North and New Cross Gate. So it gives you a better time saving and it gives you a more efficient method for tunnelling. The other benefit that you have at Burgess Park over Old Kent Road is geology. So that forms part of the fault line where you move from sort of chalk and Lambeth group to clay, which means you need to use a different sort of tunnel boring machine. Using a pressure balance machine, which is slightly different, but that means you have a different way of operating the system, which means there's benefit to the route. So as part of all of that, that's why we have determined that the Old Kent Road 1, now Burgess Park site, should be the secondary tunnelling work site. And all of this was set out in a document as part of the 2019 public consultation, which I don't think we've submitted to this hearing, principally because we didn't believe that the safeguarding was within the remit of the area action plan.
I don't think I need it.
And share that if it's helpful.
No, very interesting. I think I've discovered a new interest. Thank you. What was the second part of your question?
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. Thank you very much for explaining that in detail. There's going to be further consultation on the BLE
Yes.
Later this year, which I assume is where you'll fix the design of the Bakerloo line extension. on that basis, we would like to request a main mod to AAP2, whereby you only make reference to the safeguarding direction in the policy. You don't go out and spell out all the requirements, and it just makes reference to safeguarding direction, and that's it.
So specifically, with reference to the policy, which I've got open in front of me.
Sorry, I'm just going It's just coming, sorry.
Is this in your written submission?
It is in my submission.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So this is. Okay, I don't have wording of a mod exactly, but so yeah, take me through what you
Yeah.
want to do.
Just getting reference. It should be.
Is there an expiry date for safeguarding directions?
They can be withdrawn if the Secretary of State so chooses.
Yeah. So, sorry, I've got it now. AAP2, point 2, it says incorporate the station's tunneling worksite requirements into site design where sites are identified to facilitate the delivery of the BLE. We would just like it to make reference to the direction, the safeguarding direction. And that's because it's not 100% fixed yet, and there's going to be consultation later this year on the new line. So at this stage, we just wanted to make reference to the safeguarding direction. Okay, so
What's the difference?
I think by making reference to the worksite requirements, it suggests that the entire site has to be used as a worksite. We want the flexibility in the future, and as we have advocated, we'll be advocating in the consultation later this year, that not the entirety of the site needs to be used as a worksite. Part of the site can be used as a worksite, part of the site can remain as the Tesco store, and it can continue to operate during the construction process.
I'm just seeing, I'm just having I'm questioning whether that's required for soundness, but I want to hear the views of the other side first.
Solution of a plan. We did initially in 2017 look at the possibility of vacating Tesco site. So following the pattern that has been delivered on sites in London are Tesco sites where you could rebuild move the store sideways and then have enough space to build a station. But at that time it was about could you fit a station in? It wasn't could you fit a station at a secondary work site in? And then obviously we were taking our lead from TfL on that about how you can most effectively make Blue Line extension, taking lessons from other recent construction projects, including I think Crossrail 1, Elizabeth Line, and the difficulties that arise when you have very tight sites, as TfL experienced in places like Tottenham Court Road or Bond Street, for tight urban sites, which is Mr. Bruce's point. And in the 2020 version of the plan, we looked at another option, and these were conversations we were having with the Tesco team to see if there was a way of resolving this issue. One of the things we kind of floated in the 2020 version of the plan was relocating Tesco across the roads to 25 Mandela Way, which is now the BL site, which has recently been completed. The reason for having a look at that was, well, was there a world in which that site at that time hadn't been bought by British Land? It was available for redevelopment. So was there a window where Tesco could have bought that land, moved themselves over to it, freed up the site for the eventual redevelopments? I think that's a station site with an overstation development. And then that was part of that consultation, and then kind of time moved on, and as Mr. Porter explained, the kind of mechanisms for delivering the Bakerloo line extension were firmed up. So we took that out of the plan, and we got to a position with, as we express it in AAP2 at the moment, that the site should include designs which make stations, tunnelling and worksite requirements, given that TfL's clear conclusion is that they are essential really to making this a deliverable and affordable project.
Right then, so in terms of the wording, retaining that wording, that's essential in your view?
Yes.
Helping deliver London Plan Policy T3 development plans should give particular priority to securing and supporting the delivery. We've heard from Mr. Porter that the entirety of the site is needed to secure and support the delivery. And in effect, Mr. Wilson has said the matter was settled by the Secretary of State in 2021. So following consultation, that safeguarded the entirety of
Mr. Harmer, can you consider a context perhaps where your suggested amendment could be supported for reasons of soundness?
To just consider that a little bit.
Yep. Although it was the last issue, so
Yes.
maybe I can do the sort of post-amble while Mr.
Yes, excellent. Thank you.
So there aren't any. Is there any other issues rising from? Yes. Sorry.
Well, it perhaps is going to be unpacked more tomorrow. So just a little bit now, but this is of course touching on decant and relocation challenges. So that was excitingly detailed and technical. Thank you. But I think in a nutshell, it says to Tesco, hard luck. You will have to go and sort yourselves out. And there were some thoughts about finding a site for Tesco, but we didn't take them forward. And of course, there's a much bigger problem with that in the plan, that it just doesn't seem to allow for these big footprint retail industrial things to decant anywhere. Tesco, Currys, B&Q, Royal Mail, major courier hubs. That's I hope going to be discussed as an unsoundness tomorrow. It's a problem with these master plans, with the detail in them, that they don't figure out how you move in the context of there not being lots of spare land sloshing around these big chunk uses like Tesco.
Yeah, and I think I would make reference to other infrastructure investments in London, particularly the Northern Line extension. So the Northern Line extension, Wandsworth Road station, involved closing Tesco's to construct the station. Sorry, not Tesco's, Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's to construct the station, and Sainsbury's got into agreements with TfL to move back onto the site and to reopen Sainsbury's after the tube was finished, which it was done on budget and on time. That's what's happened. So Sainsbury's moved back in to that site. On a slightly smaller scale, the Aldi scheme at the south end of Old Kent Road, Aldi got into a development agreement with the developer to close their store, allow for the housing to be built on top of it, and then early this year they moved back in and they've reopened and they are operating. So we would anticipate, although we can't oblige Tesco to do this, but that there is the potential for the same outcome. That whilst Tesco may have to close, that as part of the agreement to redevelop the site, TfL would usually take the site on, and then the mechanism is that the site is then back to the previous owner. And I'm sure, within that discussion there would be a discussion with Tesco about then moving back into the site once it's completed. Which is also important. I touched on it yesterday that the Tesco, Aldi, Lidl stores on the Old Kent Road provide affordable shopping for a community that needs that, and the AAP notes the importance of that. So whilst I can't guarantee that would be an outcome, that is how it has worked on similar developments, similar sites in London. And I think we and TfL have explored with Tesco options around location, but for the reasons set out by Mr. Porter, they don't work. But that doesn't preclude Tesco coming back onto that site.
Sorry, if you refer to DIP 2.4 2020 plan on page 105, you can see the two options that the council consulted on for 25 Mandela Way site, which included a new Tesco store on that site.
Not much to add to what Mr. Wilson's already said, but we're talking about construction here, and I appreciate there is an impact, and that will mean the site is out of use for a period of years. But we have, we would welcome discussions around what went on afterwards, and I think we would imagine that Tesco, as the current landowner, would return. I think we need to have discussions around how that would happen. They're also worth highlighting the safeguarding is just that. It doesn't give us planning permission, it doesn't give us a Transport and Works Act order, and there is further public consultation. And as part of that, we will go through a series of processes, including reaching an agreement, hopefully with landowners and affected landowners along the route, including Tesco, where we would envisage reaching a mutually agreeable position that allows the underground railway to get built and agrees the future use of that site afterwards, which certainly wouldn't necessarily preclude use of the Sainsbury's Tesco.
Do you want to return to your mod?
Yes. I think you can tie it to the MPPF 2023.
Okay.
Para 35B around it being justified and demonstrating proportionate evidence, because there's going to be further consultation on the Big Lou line later this year, and there's going to be where they're going to fix the routes, they're going to fix tunnelling requirements. On that basis, it hasn't been demonstrated that there is proportionate evidence, and we would request that you just make reference to the holding correction clause.
Mr. Porter?
I think just to be clear, we are expecting to have another public consultation this winter. That's very much intended to be focused on the single preferred option, where does it go, as well as certain elements around the station designs. To our view, we have provided the evidence and we've made the case for tunnel alignment, the station locations and the worksite location. So that's not to say that if there is a response that comes back with compelling evidence, we will of course review that, and that may change things. But to our mind, we have provided the evidence and the case for the scheme as it is currently.
Mr. Briley?
Yeah,
Back to that.
just, only if that's done.
Yeah,
That's a different
Well,
question.
not quite. I just want to get this mod question resolved.
Okay.
So that's not something the council supports, just to be clear. Okay. Yeah, I understand your position. I can't see that much in it, especially if it's only a matter of months. I'm not convinced about the soundness side of things. I do want to go to the MPPF reference and reconsider it in that scope because I don't have it open right now, but I will provide something about that in the post hearing.
Okay. Is there any opportunity for us to do a follow-up?
No, not at the time, and not at that time. I mean, in that case, we'll sort it out now. So bear with me. So, Mr. Brelly. Right, 35B. Sorry, bear with me. Nobody has a copy of the 2023 version to hand, do they, that I can just borrow? Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Cutts. Sorry, I'll only have it for a moment. My record. Thank you. Right. Proportionate evidence. Okay. Right. Thank you. Yeah, I think that is the key word, proportionate evidence. Based on what I've heard today, I'm satisfied that I've heard proportionate evidence. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Brelly.
Yes, I'm not 100% sure this is the right moment, but I'll try a couple of other points on movement strategy / structure. One that might not be a soundness matter, but let's try it. It's certainly a disappointment matter, is that, for example, on this movement strategy diagram, this is in the world of filigree local, not public transport. So the path network aspirations don't really get how 9 years later we haven't got a more extensive and convincing strategy for what actually needs improving. So you've got legacies of historic colossal rail infrastructure that's gone away, canal that's gone away, estate planning ideas of decades ago, big industrial clusters, including gasworks, and they all mean that the area has this very fractured local movement network. And you've got a few things in this plan that address, for example, the legacy of the canal, but not much beyond that. I just think it really could do with a bit of a refresh. So that's really just a disappointment point.
Are you coming along on Tuesday morning?
I don't think so.
Okay. Oh, that's when we're going to move.
Okay. Sorry. Maybe I'll try. And then the second one is about streets, and maybe there is a lurking soundness question here, because I think there's a matter of overreach. There's a lot in the plan, especially in the master plans, but not only in the master plans, that is promising changes to streets, mostly in the spirit of shrinking carriageways, putting in trees, constricting loading, making things one way, etc., etc. Many of which sounds potentially good and virtuous, but they all also potentially have huge consequences on access. And you take somewhere like the Hatcham industrial area, which is really struggling to have enough street space to service in what was already there, let alone housing on top. This all is stuff that you would expect to be consulted on and plans to be formed separately from this. No businesses other than eccentrics like me have any interest in all this, but as soon as the controlled parking zone was proposed, everyone was talking to everyone and we were seeking to influence the traffic engineers, and they were responsive and adjustments were made, etc., etc. That kind of process needs to happen. It shouldn't be said as though it's a definite in this plan, because please, it isn't a definite. Because people have right to be able to load where they need to load and get in where they need to get in and all of that. This plan's not the place to say all that detail.
Something for Tuesday morning, I think.
Tuesday morning, and perhaps the sub areas. So I think we are due to,
Yeah.
for example.
I will be here for the sub areas. I can have a go then.
Good. Okay. Look forward to it. Thank you. Right then. Anything else? Haven't missed any upstanding signs this time. Good. Okay.
Just one, it's not directly inquiry related. There are some cakes.
I was feeling so proud of myself of missing the cake stand.
I just said they have been by members of the meeting who are doing a sponsored ride from Chiswick to Greenwich next week. So if anybody would like to make a contribution to that row, you're welcome. So, but otherwise, you're welcome to have the cakes anyway.
Okay. So just trying to get my mind off cake now and back onto matters. I don't think there are any actions from this afternoon's session. So we've got a few from this morning, which I don't need to go over again. I don't think, Mr. Cutts. Hello. Oh, I thought you stretching. Okay. Right. There's the outstanding issue of soundness, which I raised at the start of the day as well. And I'm going to need some time to sit on that, I think, based on what I've heard. I want to digest what I've heard, but I'll have an answer on that before the end of the hearing sessions. Good. Thank you for your contribution. I guess I won't see you again, but yeah, appreciate it. Found it very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And anything else before we finish for the day? Oh, one more point. Agendas for tomorrow will be out in the next hour or so. So email them out. Thanks very much, everyone. Have a good evening. Those of you I'll see tomorrow. See you tomorrow.